Today's episode is brought to you by our good friends at Manscaped. Fellas, have you started your spring cleaning yet? The carpets need cleaning, the drapes need dusting, and your lawn needs mowing. Spring has sprung, and the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming have the best tools for cleaning aisle 5 in your pants. Time to clear out your winter brush and join the other 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped by going to manscaped.com for 20% off, plus free shipping with promo code GWC. Once again, 20% off everything site-wide at manscaped.com, plus free shipping with my special promo code GWC. Today's episode contains mature subject matter. While not the entirety of the program, there is talk of murder, suicide, violence, cultural appropriation, and intergenerational trauma. Please take care while listening.
Man, he's a tightrope walker. He's been threading that apron. There he's brought Dan Miller out. Look at that dance, that Indian dance. He's going to take Dan apart now, splashing. Whoa, what a flip. Hammerlock. Backhand splash. Eagle trying for the press. Nope, not yet. Dan's a tough baby. There's the whip. Slashes it coming off. Backhand slash by Don Eagle. This could be. It is. Beautiful finish by Don Eagle. He used that backhand slash, caught Miller coming off the ropes, and set him up for the press. The slash is legal. Now here's Manny Weiss to give us the time.
The time, 17 minutes, 12 seconds. The winner, Don Eagle.
Well, Don Eagle picks up a victory over Dan Miller.
Don Eagle was a Mohawk from the Ganawake Reserve, just outside of Montreal, Quebec, Canada. He was one of the greatest box office attractions in the earliest days of television wrestling. Fans from across Canada, across America, and across international borders were glued to the television screens to watch one of the most impressive wrestlers of the 1950s apply his trade. But what happened to Don Eagle's career that so derailed his path to superstardom? And why is it that so many folks are focused on March 17th, 1966? Join us this month on Grappling With Canada as we take a deep dive look into the impressive life and everlasting career of Chief Don Eagle. Hello everyone, and
Welcome back
to Grappling With Canada. As with every month, I am your host, the Taxman. This month's episode is going to be quite the historical deep dive, and I'm really looking forward to uncovering some tremendous information regarding our subject of the month in April. But before we get into all that, if this is your first time to the program, welcome to Grappling With Canada. You can go in the back catalog and check out some incredible episodes that we have featuring some Canadian professional wrestling talent, such as Ronda Singh, Abdul the Butcher, Billy Two Rivers, Dino Bravo, Gene Kiniski, George Gordienko, and many others. Simply search for Grappling with Canada in any certain podcasting platform, such as Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Podcasts, Spotify, basically wherever you buy, sell, trade, barter, or steal your favorite podcasts, you will find Grappling with Canada. While you're there, please leave a 5-star rating and a written review. Best part, if you leave a written review, I will be sure to read it on the next available episode of Grappling with Canada. I want to make mention as well, before we get any further, that there are several ways that you can contact myself and get in contact with the show. You can follow me on Twitter at 6_podcast. You can find this show on YouTube, youtube.com/c/six-sided podcast. We are marching our way to 1,000 subscribers. So even if you listen to this on one of the various podcast platform feeds, please go ahead and subscribe to this show on YouTube as well. You can also find us on Instagram under Grappling with Canada. You can come on in and like our Grappling with Canada Facebook page, as well as you can come in and join the conversation on the Facebook group Canadian Professional Wrestling History. All of these are tremendous ways to get in touch with me, and especially via email at sixsidepod@gmail.com. You can email me anytime, and I do read everything that you guys send. Now, before we get into today's episode, I just want to thank everybody for checking out last month's episode, which was actually the second part of our 2-part series covering Rowdy Roddy Piper. We had some tremendous feedback over the course of those 2 episodes. I'm very pleased with the amount of information that we were able to uncover regarding Rowdy Roddy Piper. It's interesting that he's one of clearly the biggest stars in professional wrestling history, but it's interesting about how many people, 1, didn't realize that he was from Canada, 2, thought they knew the whole story of Rowdy Roddy Piper, which we naturally blew the doors off last month. And I'm really, really proud of the work that we had done on uncovering some unknown and misinformed information, if you will. And 3, just the amount of stuff that's out there that is so skewed by media, we'll say. So I'm very pleased that I had some tremendous guests with me on for the previous 2-part series to uncover some interesting parts about Rowdy Roddy Piper, not just the wrestler. More specifically, Rowdy Roddy Piper the person. Obviously, Cam Carter was a big part of that. And Rowdy Roddy Piper, the cultural icon. And it's funny that we still bring that up because I had just had a conversation with Iad, who was a guest on part 2 of that program, where there was just recently another Rowdy Roddy Piper reference on Bob's Burgers, which is a tremendous show that I really enjoy watching. So just when you think that the influence of Piper has kind of subsided over the years, guess again. And he's back in it. So just tremendous stuff. Thank you again, everybody, for checking out that program. Once again, if this is your first time with the program, and maybe last month was your first time with the Roddy Piper series, great stuff. I highly suggest that you go in the back catalog. I put a lot of time, effort, and energy, we'll say, into these programs, but more specifically than that, it's the guests that make the program. Today is absolutely on point with that concept. Today I have 3 tremendous guests who are going to be shedding some light on the topic of this month's episode, Chief Don Eagle. Now, this might be a name that you're familiar with. Possibly this is a name you're familiar with for negative contexts. That point we're going to get into a little bit later in the program today. But I think what we're going to do today is really spell out who Chief Don Eagle was, both as a wrestler and as a man. We're also going to dig in deep into what he meant to Indigenous professional wrestlers, the Indigenous community, as well as the national and international viewing markets of professional wrestling, especially during the advent of televised wrestling. There's many names from that era that most wrestling fans are familiar with. Gorgeous George comes to mind right off the bat. But I think that we're going to open some eyes about just how influential, just how big Chief Don Eagle was, the potential that was left on the table, and how later aspects of his life kind of, we'll say, cast a shadow on the previous work that he did throughout his career. I want to make something implicitly clear before we get into really the meat of today's program. While we are going to be discussing some of the dark aspects, especially towards the end of his life, I want to make implicitly clear that this program is not going to be sensationalizing or presenting these, we'll say, aspects out of context. I'm also not going to be putting my personal views on what happened during those events that we're going to be discussing later on in this program. I feel like there are many outlets, some of which I'm going to discuss later on in this program, who have put their personal narratives, we'll say, on the Don Eagle story, which I feel is very unfortunate and very unfair to the actual story, which I think is super interesting, really exhilarating, and really something that has not been explored in great depth and detail in easily 20 plus years, probably since Greg Oliver did on the SlamWrestling.net website, which we're going to get into that a little bit later as well. So, I feel like I needed to get into that before, because I understand that, especially with the content warning at the top of the program, and it is something that is important, and I really do hope and appreciate that people will take a little bit of time with this program and really let what is talked about, discussed, and brought up to sink in, and then move forward with it. And I would encourage anybody who listens to this program, if you have further research or information that you want to find out on Don Eagle, that you would pursue it, for sure. Just, I would be mindful of what you are reading and what you are pursuing, if that makes any sense. You guys are a smart audience. I'm pretty sure you can read between the lines and you know exactly what I'm getting at. But I just wanted to put that note out there as well. Also, I feel like I need to add an additional content warning to this episode today. There is talk of domestic abuse. If you or someone you know is suffering from domestic abuse, you are not alone. There are resources available clandestinely, if that's the case, that can help you. Please reach out. You do not need to suffer in silence. You do not need to go through anything alone. Hell, I'm just a random podcaster from Winnipeg, Manitoba, but if you need somebody to contact, please, even if it's me, contact somebody. Let somebody know. Ask for help. Reach out. There are resources available. There are people to help. You do not have to go through it alone. Okay. With all of that being said, there's a little bit more housekeeping that we're going to get into, and then we're going to jump into today's episode because there is a lot of information to cover. Like I said, we have some tremendous guests to get to, and we are going to have a ton of fun today. there are some ways that you can help support the program because, unfortunately, this program, not just as a time suck, but there is a financial responsibility to the show as well. So, if you're able to financially support the show, there are a great many ways that you can do that. You can look in the Linktree link in the show notes of this program. You can find ways to donate to this program via PayPal. You can also go on buymeacoffee.com/grappling. You can buy me a beer on there. It is thirsty work doing this podcast after all. You can also use the tip jar function on GoodPods. And best part of all, you can also find the official Grappling with Canada merchandise at grapplingwithcanada.threadless.com. And as I've said many times before, all proceeds of the classic Grappling with Canada logo t-shirt, the one with the Canadian flag, all the proceeds of that shirt are going to be donated towards charity. And at the end of the year, I'm hoping that we're going to have a nice check to donate to the Children's Hospital here in friendly Winnipeg, Manitoba. So once again, you can find all that wonderful information in the Linktree link on the show notes of this show. So please take a look. I hope that you can support the program. And if you can't, hey, the best thing you could possibly do is leave a 5-star rating and review. Like I said, if you leave a 5-star review, I will be happy to read it out on the next available program. Actually, I lied. Absolutely the best thing you can do is tell a friend about this program. You're probably on your phone right now. You're probably at a computer right now. You probably have access to Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, whatever. Let your friends and family know that you are listening to Grappling with Canada and let them know that what we are doing here is important stuff. And not just because it's me saying it, but because these stories, if they are not talked about, reported on, passed along, truthfully and factually, then my big fear is that they'll be lost to the sands of time. And clearly, I don't want that to happen. So, once again, pass the program along, and I appreciate each and every one of you for listening to the show. But enough of me rambling on. We are going to get into the show on the other side of this. Today's episode is brought to you by our friends at Manscaped. Manscaped has the full package that you need for spring cleaning this year. The Performance Package 4.0 is the only tool that you need to keep your boys looking and smelling like the fresh tulips that your partner wants. To start off your spring cleaning, use the Manscaped Lawnmower 4.0 trimmer to get the most precise shave on your hedges. Did I mention it's waterproof as well? No need to worry about watering your grass with this tool. Equipped with an LED light so you know it'll be a major asset to your new shower routine. Clear your holes and smell the spring air with the Weed Whacker. This nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology, which helps prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes. After cleaning your nose, make sure to get rid of that foul ball smell with the Crop Preserver and the Crop Reviver. The Crop Preserver is an anti-chafing ball deodorant and moisturizer, while the Crop Reviver is a spray-on toner for your gimmicks. Keep your boys from sticking to your leg and leave them smelling like fresh flowers. Also, you can finish off your grooming routine with the Plow 2.0, the perfect razor for the finest shave on your face. Because, let's face it, if you're using the Lawnmower 4.0 on your balls and then your face, fellas, you're doing it wrong. The start of spring also marks the start of Testicular Cancer Awareness Month in April. Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to bring awareness to testicular cancer, men's health, and early cancer detection. Manscaped is committed to raising awareness for the most common form of cancer in men aged 15 to 35 and giving support for fighters, survivors, and families impacted by testicular cancer as part of their We Save Balls initiative. smell oh so fresh and oh so clean this spring. And check yourself before you wreck yourself. Get 20% off and free shipping with promo code GWC at manscaped.com. That's 20% off plus free shipping with the promo code GWC at manscaped.com. It's time to throw out your old hygiene habits and upgrade your life. And I really want to thank Manscaped for being the fine sponsor for this program, Grappling with Canada. Now, we're going to break this episode up a little bit differently than I normally do. Normally, I would give a brief synopsis of someone's life and career, and then kind of get into the interview and conversation aspect of the show. However, today, I think we're going to break that mold a little bit and splice aspects of his life and career in between different conversation segments of the program. But I suppose the best way that we can start off today's program is to talk about the early life of Chief Don Eagle. Carl Donald Bell was born August 25th, 1925, in Ganawake, Quebec. He ended up pursuing a boxing career in 1945 after a brief time working in the steel and construction industry. Now, this is important to note because I feel like this is an aspect of his story that is kind of misreported or not reported on properly. There's been many times in wrestling history where people have exaggerated their sports backgrounds. Case in point is the Roddy Piper episode. The difference is today that Don Eagle was actually a Golden Gloves boxing champion. He ended up having a 20-fight career. He had 16 wins and 4 losses. And it is interesting that he ended up starting his boxing career in 1947. This would have been out of Louisville, Kentucky, funny enough, which is interesting because you figure, somebody from Ganawake, which is just outside of Montreal, Quebec, although he spent quite a bit of time of his life growing up in Ohio, which we're going to talk about later on in the program, you would think that he probably would have started his professional boxing career there. But no, his first professional fight was in Jefferson County in Louisville, Kentucky. He ended up going 4-0 in his first 4 bouts, with losing 1. He ended up going on another 4-win streak while losing 1. You can see the pattern here. Ended up on another 4-win streak, lost 1. Ended up on a third 4-win streak, and then ended up losing his final bout. What's also interesting is that he won, of his 16 fights, 6 by decision, which is, an interesting way to win a match, but won 10 of his 16 fights by knockout. Pretty impressive, and like I said, ended up winning the Golden Gloves Championship. Now, after his boxing career had wound to an end, he ended up training for wrestling under his father, Chief Joseph War Eagle, who was himself a former professional wrestler and a former junior heavyweight champion. Now, he was a large star during his time, something that we're going to be discussing later on in this program, though he never ended up reaching the highest heights that Chief Don Eagle ended up reaching. Though it is interesting that Don ended up being the, next generation wrestler, ended up surpassing his dad. This is something that doesn't always happen in professional wrestling. There are certain times where it has. Case in point is many of the Hart children surpassed Stu Hart as a professional wrestler. But we've seen countless times throughout history that second and third generation wrestlers sometimes have a hard time breaking out of the shadow of their parent. This was clearly not the case with Chief Don Eagle. Now, over the years, it's been widely accepted that his first set of matches happened just outside of Montreal or in Montreal. However, new information has come to light with some tremendous research by a guest that I'm going to be bringing onto the program right away, which totally changes the course of history as it regards Chief Don Eagle. Jamie Greer has done some tremendous research into the history of the Windsor area wrestling scene, and he uncovered the true starting dates for Chief Don Eagle. And this truly changes the game in terms of the Don Eagle story, but more importantly, adds further context and sheds some light, further light, on the story and misconceptions of Chief Don Eagle. Now, before I bring on Jamie Greer, I'm going to play some classic wrestling audio. This is a match from the 1950s involving Chief Don Eagle and one of his most famous wrestling holds that you are also going to hear quite a bit about coming up in my conversation. So, I'm going to play this classic audio, and on the other side, we start rewriting history with Jamie Greer.
Eagle getting set up here. Look out. Don dove right into the corner. Look at Don Eagle go now. The Indian War Dance. Whip into the rope. Catches him coming off with a splash. He's trying now he's got him locked up. This is the version of the Indian Deathlock. It's a finishing hold, and Dan Miller, I believe, has given up. It's the same hold that Sonny Warcloud used to use. It's a finishing hold, and he has won. Don Eagle has caused Dan Miller to call it quits. He got his legs locked in there, put pressure on him. It's a very painful hold. We have not seen Don Eagle use that before. I had trouble getting his arm back. Dan Miller was subjected to a very painful hold there. He still can't use his legs, as you can see. And a great finish for Don Eagle, who took quite a going over before he was finally able to pull it out. Here's Benny Weiss now with the official time. Manny's getting the official name of that hold, too.
The time, 11 minutes and 7 seconds. The winner with the bridging Indian Deathlock, Don Eagle.
Well, we call that Indian Deathlock for you. He calls it a bridge because he's up in the air on it. It's very similar to the one that Sonny Warcloud employed here a few years ago, the same principle. Except that Sonny had his leg in there, and Don Eagle used his arm and did a bridge with it. Well, there you have Don Eagle, the winner over Dan Miller, and we'll be back.
Joining me on the line tonight, Jamie Greer. Jamie, how you doing, man?
Very good. Yourself?
Not too bad. It's been a night of wrestling so far for you, so hopefully we put you in the proper mindset for our discussion tonight.
Oh, yeah.
For a little backstory, because obviously nobody knows what day of the week we're recording. This is recorded on Wednesday, so hence why our wrestling mindsets are in a good spot tonight. But how's everything going in Ontario during this past little while?
It's been all right. The weather's been pretty nice here in Windsor, Ontario. One of the perks of being the southernmost city.
Yeah, a lot more south than I am, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a balmy 6 degrees out today.
Oh, fancy. I think the highest we got was minus 16 today. But we're easing our way out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
So, obviously, we've kind of spoiled a little bit of the reason for having you on the program tonight, but your connection with Windsor is something that has come up in conversation and research tied in with the subject matter that we're talking about tonight, Chief Don Eagle. And there were some interesting facts that you had uncovered in your research for Windsor. But before we get into all of that and our discussion about Chief Don Eagle, give everybody who may not be familiar with yourself a little bit of background about yourself and your relationship with professional wrestling.
All right. Well, my name is Jamie Greer. I'm from Windsor, Ontario, as mentioned. So I was a musician, and I was a music journalist here in Windsor, Ontario for about 20 years. Been a wrestling fan since I was a young lad. That would be like the late 70s, early 80s. And about 6-7 years ago, I kind of decided to switch from music to wrestling to try and so I've been writing. I work for a site, Last Word on Pro Wrestling, part of the Last Word on Sports family. I've written for Pro Wrestling Illustrated and various publications around Windsor, including the Windsor Star. That was for music, sorry, the Windsor Star. But just in the last, I guess during the pandemic, I just kind of started thinking, because I read a lot of history books. I'm a bit of a OCD when it comes to wrestling. I like to go backwards as well as forwards. And so I read a lot of books, and reading a lot of books from Tim Hornebaker and Pat Laprade, and a lot of these history books. And I started thinking about, I wonder if Windsor has a history, because in some towns are just little, you don't realize what's happened or what's gone through.
Yes.
And Windsor has for a city our size, has two members in the WWE Hall of Fame already. Killer Kowalski and Abdullah the Butcher are both from Windsor, Ontario.
That's correct.
And so I started thinking, at least that's a start. And then we've got Scott D'Amore, who runs Impact Wrestling. He's from Windsor, Ontario. P.D. Williams. And then, I started stumbling more stuff like women's wrestler Sandy Parker. She's from BC originally. She moved out to Windsor to live with some family for a bit, and she was a huge wrestling fan. Got trained as a wrestler in Detroit with Lou Klein, and ended up going to Japan in 1973, I believe. She won the World Championship for All Japan Women's. She became the first black woman and LGBTQ person to win a world championship. So that gave us a bit more, and it's like, there's
something
things.
here, yeah.
I'll look into it. So I signed up for one of these newspaper websites that has all the papers going back to whenever they started, so to speak. And just started looking to see, when wrestling started in Windsor, and found the first few exhibitions in 1906. 1929, one of the Toronto promoters branched out and added Windsor to his territory, and it exploded after that. We had a weekly program that was here from 1929 all the way through to about 1960, and then things kind of petered off with TV getting more popular. So it just became a lot more deep and interesting, and I started seeing. So my first step was to catalog every single card we've had. Now, thankfully, back then, from in like the 20s to the 60s, they still treated wrestling as being, on the up and up, so to speak.
Yes.
They would poke fun at it, but the next day in the new sports section, you would have the complete review of the show.
Oh, yes, awesome.
What happened in the match and stuff. So, very much like if you were reading, say, like a Raw or a Dynamite review, like today on a website, that's what was in the sports paper before the show in your town. So I started, reading the feuds and who was working with who, and who was wearing the card, and you see all these people come in, seeing like Dory Funk Sr., coming through as a young person, seeing Nature Boy Buddy Rogers coming through before he's a huge TV star, Gorgeous George coming through here, all these names throughout. And so it was through all this work, which was when I kind of stumbled across the information with Chief Don Eagle, who wasn't a chief yet when he came through Windsor. So a lot of the stuff that I read previous to all this research claimed that Don Eagle started his wrestling career in the Montreal circuit in August of 1945, which would make sense on a sort of surface look at his background, because he is from Kananakwe, the Mohawk reservation just outside Montreal there. So, but a lot of, like we were discussing earlier off the film there, that he actually grew up in the Cleveland, Ohio area because his dad, Chief War Eagle, was a famous wrestler in the 1910s to the 1930s. Worked out there, so he ended up sort of growing up there. He was a Cleveland Golden Glove boxer, and he started off in that area, and so he started off in the Ohio and the Michigan territories in the early 40s there, and he ended up coming through Windsor in February of 45, which is about 7 months before
the Montreal debut.
The Montreal circuit. So he kind of came through here. He was here for about 6 months. Had some sort of main event matches in the Windsor area. They weren't exactly big names he was facing. They would have been bigger names out, outside of the area, but names like Bert Ruby and who were, some of the earlier names there. But his dad was along with him. His dad, Chief War Eagle, was his manager, his second, as they called the newspapers. They didn't call them managers or valets. You had a second.
Yeah.
And so, his dad was his second, and then he was off, and he went to Montreal, and Montreal, of course, was one of the biggest markets in North America at the time. So he became a big star out there, heading back to his sort of home territory, so to speak, and the rest was history. And then TV came along a couple of years later, and he became a pretty big star on TV.
Yeah, made quite the name for himself, and obviously that's something we're gonna expand upon later on in this program as well. But a couple of points that I wanted to hit on, and then we'll kind of bear down on some of this information. And I know that some people might be wondering, well, what are a couple of First Nations people from just outside of Montreal doing in Cleveland or in Detroit? Well, the reason for that, for people may not understand, is a lot of the Mohawk territory spanned into Detroit and into Cleveland as well. And what a lot of them were doing down there is steelwork and ironwork. So you would have, and it's been documented, there was generations upon generations of Mohawks from Ganawake, from the Oka Reserve, from the other reservations in and around Montreal, specifically because that was their territory, who would go down to Detroit, go down to New York. Actually, there's footage and pictures of Mohawk First Nations people working on I believe it's the Empire State Building, crazy enough. So there's a long lineage of Mohawks from the Montreal area who have been all down, and a lot of them don't necessarily call themselves American or Canadian. They would have like an Iroquois passport. So there's a whole layer of why. So it sounds funny that there'd be a couple of First Nations guys down in boxing or wrestling in Cleveland, but it's not when you kind of understand the geopolitical landscape at that point in time. And then the other portion that you brought up, and this is going to kind of tie into something that we discussed off air, in terms of someone who was a big part of being the intermediary, and a name that you brought up that I want you to bring up again. But so Chief War Eagle was down in the States making a name for himself, like you said, essentially lived in Cleveland, but that's not. He wasn't there specifically for bringing wrestlers down or networking First Nations wrestlers down there.
He was there mostly. He was there to work. He was
yes.
there to work pretty much. This was at the end of his career now.
Yes, and so there was a name that we had discussed off air, and who was kind of like the networker. So what was the relationship between Chief War Eagle, Chief Don Eagle, him, and then the other First Nations wrestlers that would come through the territory?
Well, so a name that I came across in studying the Windsor stuff was so around the early 1940s. Harry Light, who, for those who don't know, was he was the promoter, bookmaker, the bookaman for Detroit's territory. And in 1948, he was one of the original co-founders of the NWA. He was good, had a good working relationship with Al Haft, who ran the Ohio territory. And so they both kind of used Windsor as almost like a developmental, where a lot of their younger guys who were kind of, get them some more ring time, some more working in front of a crowd. They would send them to Windsor. And one of the names that I came across that was used quite a bit was a gentleman named Frankie Clemens. Of course, the spelling in old newspapers, I've seen it spelled like Clemens, like as in Roger Clemens, like Clemons. I've seen it spelled like ENS or ONS.
Do you ever come across the ONDS or whatever? Clemens.
I've seen it with a T at the end, like Clements. I guess it's one of those things that when people are calling in their story, people are transcribing.
That's
it.
right, yeah. There was no Google Translate back in the day.
Yeah. So I would see this gentleman named Frankie Clemens, who was from Battle Creek, Michigan, and he was a Cherokee Indian in the U.S. Battle Creek, Michigan. There, he did a lot of work in the Midwest. He would occasionally go other places like the East and stuff like that. But I would say his main bread and butter was the Ohio and Michigan circuits. He was used he was one of those utility guys that he was never the big star. He was never the main event guy. I didn't see he worked about 20 years almost in the Windsor circuit, and he never seemed to. He was never the focal point of a big feud or a big angle. But he was one of those guys that he would work with the young guys in the first match. He could carry mid-card feuds for a couple weeks to get somebody up to the next level. And once or twice a year, he might get a big match. He was a fill-in too. He also refereed quite a bit. So he seemed to be one of those utility guys that. And Harry Light was like I said, was running the Windsor shows. So he was part of Harry Light's crew that helped a lot there. But I noticed that one of the things was he was one of the guys that seemed to work with a lot of the indigenous native wrestlers when they came through. Like he was working with Don Eagle when he first came through in '45 there. But Frankie played a heel, so he was a bit rough. Like he lost a lot of his matches by DQ.
Yeah.
So he was a guy that he made new guys look like heroes off the bat kind of a thing.
But made him work for it, I'm sure.
Absolutely, yeah. So there's a guy, his name was Indio Yakui, and I probably butchered that. I'll spell it Yaqui. Somebody can maybe post a comment or contact and tell us how badly I pronounced that. But that's a Mexican indigenous. This guy ended up becoming known as Chief Lone Eagle. There was also another one from Oklahoma, I believe, Bach Estes, his name was, and then Chief White Owl. But these were all indigenous native wrestlers that came through that Clemens, it seemed like he had a hand in sort of helping push some indigenous wrestlers through, and they all seem to be the faces too. It seemed like with the Germans and the Japanese, a lot of times they would automatically make the ethnic people the villains.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously they had the backdrop of World War II and stuff, but they definitely seemed to push them mostly as a face. I haven't seen many pictures of Frankie Clemens, but he definitely. If they didn't keep mentioning that he was Cherokee, you can see he's got some indigenous features, but they cut his hair and he didn't wear the ceremony dress and everything like that. So they kind of made him not appear so much, and then they used him as the heel. But he definitely seemed to be one of those guys that he seemed to go to bat for. I know when at one point near the end of they briefly turned Frankie into more of a face about 3 or 4 months into Don Eagle's run in Windsor, and they kind of made a big deal that Frankie had taken him back to his farm, so to speak, in Battle Creek to train him for. He had a title match against one of the regional.
Yeah.
Like it was like the Michigan version of the world light heavyweight belt.
Yeah.
So that for a couple weeks they were running stories that Don Eagle's over at Battle Creek, he's training with Frankie's toughening him up, so
insert your 80s training massage or montage here,
totally.
for sure.
You got a Rocky montage for sure. So it's cool reading stuff like that, but it definitely came across that Frankie was probably very instrumental in helping Don Eagle get to where he was. I'm sure if I dug a bit deeper, he probably was wrestling Don Eagle in Michigan as well as Ohio just prior to him coming up. So, but that was a cool little thing, is finding people that probably deserve more flowers. There's not a lot on them, so I'm relying on sifting through sports pages from multiple cities and towns. But so he's definitely somebody I'm going to be digging in a lot more over the next year. But I definitely think he was an instrumental guy because Chief Lone Eagle wouldn't have, or Chief War Eagle, Don Eagle's dad, definitely was. He wasn't really wrestling by this point anymore. He was wrestling in like 1915.
He predated Don by quite a few years.
Yeah.
And then you had mentioned as well that during that time, Chief Wargill was the manager at that point for Don. It was or a second, as you had phrased it.
Yeah. One thing I noticed in the papers, they refer to them. They didn't call them managers; they're valets. Like we use now, or advocates, or whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
They called them seconds in the paper. So, like somebody seconding them, like in a boxing match, you have your second at the ring there. But yeah, Chief War Eagle kind of came out because he still had a bit of a name. It would be like, Arn Anderson now managing some Cody Rhodes or what have you.
Yes.
So yeah, so he came out for the first couple of years. He was the second for Don Eagle to kind of help bring some recognition to him and establish some family lineage and the whole gimmicks.
Now, there's a couple of points that I just want to circle back to quickly, and the first one is in terms of First Nations wrestlers being mostly portrayed as faces. And I know that a lot of people will, especially focus in on American history and how the portrayal of the First Nations people has not been kind over the years. But during this period of time, the early 40s to the mid 50s, and even a little bit beyond, because I want to say it was still popular, that aspect of it, into the mid 60s. But there was a large fascination, especially in America, with the red man, as they call them. Clearly not politically correct nowadays, but there was a big subsect of not just wrestling, but media, books, whatever. There was a lot of focus and a lot of wanting to learn more about this culture. And then when you have someone like, Chief War Eagle, introducing his son, but they've got the big war headdresses on, and they look super imposing, and you're not used to seeing people like this. It's instantly it's that fascination, right? So
absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things you look back and you go, oh, look how stereotypical. Like 98% of all Indigenous wrestlers were. I mean, even up until the 90s, pretty much. I mean, Tatanka was still very much.
Yes, that's true. Yeah.
You have to be in tribal dress. You can't. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And I mean, one of the things I noticed. I mean, there was a lot of African American wrestlers coming through Windsor as well during the 30s to the 60s, because Canada was obviously slavery had been banned in Canada for before the Civil War. Not that we were there was no prejudice and racism was cured.
Yeah.
It didn't have the segregation in the wrestling as much. You know what I mean?
It wasn't like Memphis or Mid-South, for example.
Yeah, like where they had Negro world champions. And,
yes.
It was like
the whites and blacks would never meet in a match.
Yeah,
right. It was yes.
Yeah, it was black versus black and white versus white. There was it was segregated wrestling. Like on the very, I think it's the second or third card. They've already. There was a guy named Jack Nelson who was an African American from Alabama, I believe, or Tennessee, but he was on the cards and he had one of the first angles. So I mean, I think the North was a little better for that, but. Still, reading some of the descriptions they have for the Asians and the African Americans and the Indigenous wrestlers, their heart's in the right place for the time. That they're trying really hard to say, they're great wrestlers, but there's always one or two words.
Yes.
It's just kind of condescending. That it's almost like, oh, look at them. Look, they can wrestle just like the white person.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't read the articles with 2022 eyes, right? You almost have to.
No. I mean,
and obviously not excusing it even back then, but again, you brought up the good point of like they're trying to frame it for their presenting audience, if you will, kind of thing. So yeah, they have to. Yeah. They're trying to phrase it a certain way to get the point across while still using the. Terminology of the time, we'll say.
Yeah. But but it's been fascinating. And I mean, Don Eagle was a guy that it's a tragic story. His story is tragic. I mean, he was up there. He was up there with Gorgeous George and like. Lou Fez and guys like that. He was like one of the first big breakout stars in the TV realm, and he just got injured early, unfortunately, or too early into his career, and that just caused problems. And then of course he had his rather tragic ending at the end of a gun.
Yes. And obviously we're going to expand on that a little bit later in this program as well tonight. But there's a couple of things I wanted to focus on as well, still in terms of Windsor and the surrounding areas, because this is another bit of discussion that you and I had off air. And so I want to kind of bring everyone else up to speed. And a lot of people will automatically assume that with obviously Windsor's proximity to Toronto, that it would have been a subsidiary or a feeder for Toronto, but what you've been able to uncover is that no, Windsor was actually more of a feeder for Detroit or the Ohio territory. So can you expand a little bit more on that?
Yeah, in a way, Windsor was kind of like the 205 Live for Detroit.
Well put.
Because I mean. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, I've seen a lot of sites that have dabbled on looking into Windsor a little bit. I've just naturally put it in because Toronto's our closest big territory in Canada. But the Tunnies actually historically did terrible in Windsor. They tried a couple times to come in and take over as the head booker. And I think they had 2, maybe 3 attempts, and not one of them lasted longer than about 3 months.
Now, obviously, we're extrapolating a little bit because we weren't around at that time. But why do you think their attempts failed? Was it just they didn't understand the market, or what's your perception of what happened?
Yeah, I think they didn't understand the market. The reason why I say that they were the 205 Live for Detroit was. Because Detroit, a lot of people don't realize that Detroit is, well, it's north of us. We're one of the few American cities that can say America's north of us.
Yeah.
So Detroit is, it's a 15-minute drive. Like, I can drive to where the Red Wings play in about 15, 20 minutes if it's smooth sailing at the tunnel. So
the pizza oven.
Detroit's, oh yes. Yeah. I mean, Windsor is jokingly referred to as South Detroit because we're that close. We're essentially another suburb of Detroit that's just cut off with a river across us. For most of that from 29 to 60, for most of that we were where like I mentioned earlier, where a lot of the younger guys starting out would come in, but. Because Detroit was right there and they had Cobo Arena or the Olympia or wherever arena they were using at the time, Detroit got all the big heavyweight names. Like Jim Londos would go there and sell to 20,000 people. Lou Thez would be there. Harley Race would be there. Dory Funk Jr. would be there. All the superstar big names were there.
Yes.
So for when they were booking Windsor, they specialized more in the junior heavyweights and the light heavyweights. Like it was so. In a way, it was a good idea because it meant they could keep the heavyweights that they knew were going to draw, that many people. But I mean, obviously, Windsor people are driving over to Detroit to see these shows at the big arena. So I mean, they tried it once in a while, but that's why. The Tunnies always failed was they would always come and try and do a show that was too similar to what Detroit had just done 2 weeks before in Detroit, yes. And they all saw that. So you'd have a guy who might have sold out to 12,000 people in Detroit 2 months ago, and he comes back to Windsor and 600 people show up because it's like, well, we see him all the time in Detroit. We're not going to drive over there or whatever. So they wanted something different. So it was a lot more of the smaller guys. Anthony Araka came through here, but it was a lot more the smaller guys like Bert Ruby and Lewis Klein, who went on to become hugely influential trainers. But the Sheik, Leaping Larry Shane, a whole bunch of different guys that kind of came through. So there was more of a Jim Haiti, I forget where he was from. Indiana maybe, but it was more of the junior heavyweights, like a lot of world junior heavyweight titles or light heavyweight titles were defended in Windsor. We didn't really get we would get Lou Thez wrestled here once, I think. It wasn't a heavyweight town, so that's why I was saying it's more like 205 Live. So it became like they could build up the smaller guys, yes. the technical wrestlers, those kind of things, the brawlers. And then Detroit got the superstars. When the Tunnies came down, they brought down Whipper Billy Watson several times. But Windsor is a place, and I noticed this even when it's with music or what have you. Is Windsor's a fiercely they would much like it's a union town. It's auto workers and everything else, so it's fiercely loyal of its local people.
Yes.
So, if you're from Detroit or you're from Windsor, then they'll cheer and root you on and everything else. And they don't take too kindly to Toronto coming to show them how things are done. So there was always Windsor and Detroit guys peppered throughout the roster, but whenever the Tunnies came through, they wouldn't use any local guys. There would always be guys from Toronto or what have you, or guys that had just become through Detroit. So they just never did well, and that was one of the things that actually killed the Detroit or the Windsor area in the early '60s was when Harry Light kind of lost power in Detroit, and Jim Barnett and Johnny Doyle from the Chicago territory came in and kind of strong-armed taking over the NWA territory in Detroit. They took over Windsor. And they ended up doing the same thing because they didn't even want to use Detroit wrestlers, even in Detroit. They essentially wanted Detroit to be an extension of Chicago. So they were using all Chicago wrestlers. So, I mean, that's why they ended up leaving Detroit altogether, and they went to Australia and opened the first World Championship wrestling.
That's right, yeah.
That's when the Sheik took over. And the Sheik kind of gave Windsor back what it had in it to a degree, but I think by then a lot of the damage had been done. But yeah, for 30 years almost, Windsor was essentially a feeder system for the Michigan and the Ohio and the Midwest. And then Jack Britton ended up coming to work for Harry Light as well, who he was a big part of the Montreal circuit. So we also got a lot of the Montreal, the French Canadian stars coming through that, as they would kind of be the last stop before they were sent into the U.S. on a tour. Maurice Mad Dog Vachon actually got unmasked in Windsor. He was a masked wrestler when he arrived here, called the Shadow.
Yeah, that's right too.
In 1953, and by about July, he got unmasked as Maurice Vachon, and then he was off. And then he was the Mad Dog, and good times.
Rest is history. I find it's fascinating that the couple of points that you just brought up, with one, Windsor being kind of a feeder system, fits in perfectly with the Don Eagle kind of story of getting him in, getting him ready there, because it seems like it's almost a perfect fit. Especially at that time, seemed like a perfect storm almost of getting him ready for his role later in life. And then the point that you just brought up about them being a feeder for Montreal, which obviously we know, several months after his now discovered actual debut, he has his, written about debut in Montreal. So it's interesting to see kind of this progression, but how all of these places are still linked.
It's interesting that, like I was saying, that I see a lot of patterns where it's a lot of the Ontario and the Quebec wrestlers would come, and Windsor would be kind of like their last. They would spend, I'd say 3 to 6 months in Windsor. Obviously, they'd be working in Michigan as well, but they were pretty much every week, maybe 3 times a month, working programs in Windsor. And then they would be launched into the U.S., and that's when they would, then they would go and start working the territory. So it was kind of like Windsor was kind of like your last stop in Canada before you get sent to the rest of the world, kind of a thing. But here's Don Eagle, a Canadian. Well, by birth, obviously Mohawk by nation. Actually, Windsor was actually his gateway into Canada.
That's right, yeah.
And the world. He wasn't coming from Montreal to go into the U.S. He was coming from the U.S. into Canada to get sent to Montreal to get. So it was kind of a reverse there, but yeah, it was kind of a gateway of getting guys ready. And man, reading the descriptions, it sounded like it was ECW every week. I mean, the blood that they're talking about. I mean, there were so many matches that were just stopped because a guy jumped out, missed something, smashed his head open.
Jesus.
There's so many complaints to the letters saying that they can't believe how violent it is. Like it's one of the biggest weapons that the villains use. This is the 1940s, and by the way, right? This isn't like 1970s. This is 1940s. One of the biggest weapons that the heels use is a coat hanger, a metal coat hanger, because they could open the triangle part.
Yes.
You can pull it out to be big enough to fit around a guy's neck, so you can choke him with it, right? But then they would hook the hook part round, and then as they're strangling a guy, they could
just gig him. Jesus.
Like there's descriptions of this in the paper. Like it's just like things like I'm like, oh my god, people are saying, oh my god, I can't believe they're using a pizza cutter. It's like they were using coat hangers.
Yeah.
Pizza cutters at least have an edge that is designed to cut something somewhat smoothly.
It's actually designed to cut things, whereas like a coat hanger is not. It's not meant for that. Oh, god damn.
Like they're constantly talking about there was always a St. John's ambulance parked. If it was in the arena, it would be in the venue itself. But the other one is it was outside. So many reviews I'm reading up the shows. Excuse me. Where it's like, oh, but then so and so is being stretchered off of to the St. John's ambulance where you have to have 13 stitches. Oh yeah, or so and so had to spend the night in Hotel Dieu hospital. Oh yeah.
It's. I get automatically the picture in my mind is from the first Slapshot movie when he's got the ambulance parked outside. Oh yeah, just hit the siren a couple of times or whatever, eh? Like.
yeah. It's crazy.
But again, it's so fascinating that. These stories we would never know about, right? Unless you were going back and you want to find them, right? Which is like how you get from okay, I want to learn more about this person to now you're learning about what the territory was actually like to who was in the territory and how many people go through in a certain amount of time.
Well, it's like there's territories within territories within territories.
Yes.
I think we've gotten to the point where there's so much time from the NWA and everything else that it's almost like it's been. Everyone sees the maps of like okay, this is Mid-South, this is Mid-Atlantic, this is this is California, this is Pacific Northwest, Stampede territory, Maple Leaf Wrestling territory. So you kind of start to you get a visualization of the map. You don't realize that okay, yes, this is the Detroit territory. This is the Ohio territory. But there's little territories within that.
Yes.
It's crazy. It's like farm teams for NHL.
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah, very very apt description.
It's like AAA or AA. It's like send them up to North Bay. Send them to Windsor.
So now, obviously we've gone into great detail of Don Eagle's actual start in professional wrestling, but do you know through your research, did he come back through Windsor after he was established?
He did. He came back. He came back in 1953. It was just after his back injury.
Yes, I was going to say that must have been right around that time.
Yeah, he came back with Billy Two Rivers.
That's right.
Who was essentially he was like his Dick Grayson, his ward. He had gone back because when he hurt his back there, and an unfortunate back injury that pretty much plagued him the rest of his life, that kind of derailed him, so to speak. That he couldn't do as much of the stuff that made him the star, but he went back to kind of heal up in Montreal there at Kananakwe, and he found this guy, Billy Two Rivers, who was going through, problems, not doing well. And Don Eagle pretty much rehabbed himself to get back into wrestling by training this kid how to wrestle. I think he was 17 or 18. And he took him back out on the road with him, Billy Two Rivers, and Billy would become a huge star himself.
Yes.
I don't think he quite. I mean, in the UK, he was probably pretty close to Don Eagle's TV run, but so yeah, he came through in '53 briefly, again, sort of now he was coming from Montreal, bringing Billy Two Rivers back into the U.S. with him. So he came back briefly for, I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks. It wasn't very long. It was a quick sort of return stop as he was going through the border, I guess. He did come back again in 59 and 60 for a couple more sporadic shows, but
at that point, that must have been that's when he was just either right before retirement or shortly after due to the back. Yeah, because something like he blew a bunch of discs out, and I mean, back surgery back then is not what anything close to what it is today.
No, because he was in constant pain. I mean, because he had a pretty serious. He was drinking and everything else. By the end there, I think he finally retired in 65, but I think he pretty much hit semi-retirement by the late 50s, early 60s there, because he just couldn't do it in a full-time schedule. He would do the occasional appearance here and there, but for the most part, he was pretty much retired by the early 60s there. And yeah.
But it's crazy, like, just how impactful his run was, but also how short it was too. When you look at it in the grand scheme of it, it's a shame. And like we've been saying, right, if a lot of the information, especially here in Canada, is not kept very well, right? We were also discussing off air how it seems to be a lot easier to get a lot of the American wrestling results, especially with the boxing career. And we didn't even touch on that part of it, but I mean, it's a lot easier to find that than it is to find what he did here in Canada, and especially, the Windsor stuff was essentially mothballed until it was discovered. So it's fascinating that somebody who is that popular, rose that much, it's like the Neil Young song, right? You just burn out.
Yeah.
Right? It's
in a lot of ways, he almost should have stayed and been more of a Montreal, because, I mean, Montreal, Chicago, New York City, Boston as well. There's probably four. The four biggest. LA was pretty close, but that was on the West Coast. But
yeah, I don't see that he would have been the same star in LA. I could be wrong, but I don't see that it could have happened.
No. I mean, he was in the Chicago, the Chicago, New York, Boston, Montreal circuit. But I think because the whole Gorgeous George, the original Montreal Screwjob, Boston Fast Count, or Chicago Fast Count it was called. That really kind of derailed his momentum. I think that was kind of the beginning of the end for him. Not so much from his standpoint that his work got worse or anything, but it was a shady kind of power play, like the Al Hafta we've talked about, the Ohio promoter. He kind of had the booking rights for Don Eagle because he was from Ohio.
Yes,
he was based out of Ohio. So, like I was saying, how Al Haft was friends with had secret alliances. So he was on one hand he was friends with Fred Kohler, the main NWA promoter from Chicago, but there was like an outlaw promoter from Chicago that he also had an alliance with, and that I forget his name. It's like Schwartz. No, it wasn't Schwartz. I forget the name, but and he was kind of in cahoots with Paul Bowser from Boston, who had the first AWA, not related at all to Burning God.
Yeah, totally different. Yeah.
So they'd kind of like Don Eagle. Like when by that point was in the NWA. He was one of Lou Thesz's first feuds after Lou Thez won the NWA World Championship.
And he was handpicked, I believe, right? Was it not that Lou Thez had handpicked him? Because at that time...
Lou Thez was a huge man.
Yes. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he picked who he wanted to match up with.
He had a feud with Orville Brown, who was the first NWA World Champion, the one right before Lou Thez there. But he was fighting everybody. I mean, he was fighting Gorgeous George. Like that's the TV money draw right there. Is Don Eagle versus Gorgeous George. I mean, there was even talk at one point that Don Eagle was going to become an NWA World Champion. You know, down the line there. But then they did. They handpicked Don Eagle to beat Frank Sexton, who had been the AWA World Champion. The AWA was one of the last ones to kind of get on board with the NWA's World Champion. So this was, 1950, whatever it was, and Don Eagle beat him. He'd been champ for 5 years. Like that's like beating Bruno.
Yeah.
This was and Boston was a huge territory, but it wasn't part of the NWA at this point. So this was huge news. And then 7 days later in Chicago, for this seedy other promoter, not Fred Kohler's promotion, there's all kinds of rumors that they told Gorgeous George to shoot on him. They don't know if that's true or if they told the ref to fast count, but whatever it was, he did the 1, 2, 3 in a span of a minute of one and a half, and Gorgeous George walked out with the belt. I mean, they didn't even give Gorgeous George the belt.
That's right. They got him out, yeah.
Get him out. I mean, Don Eagle won it back a few weeks later, whatever it was, but that was on TV, the big loss, and it kind of. I mean, you can watch that. It's on YouTube. You can watch that. You can watch the fast count match. But it definitely seemed to. It was almost like that they intentionally. That he was kind of an incident that Al Haft probably wanted somebody else instead of Lou Thez to be the world champion, and so, or I don't know. Maybe he wanted someone instead of. Maybe he was jealous because they were looking to take Don Eagle away from him. But whatever it was, they really tried to dismantle his buzz that Don Eagle had, and he definitely had some opportunities, but it definitely seemed like he was on a skyrocket, and then that whole thing kind of stuttered it.
Yes.
And then it was like, a couple years after that's when he injured his back, so he never fully recovered from the title loss, and then gets the injury that he never quite recovered from either, which just led to his mental health issues and his physical issues, and of course, which led to his demise, unfortunately.
Now, in your research, going through all the newspapers, when he had passed away, did that make the Windsor News then?
You know what? I didn't check. I definitely found a few other ones. I don't know if I did make the Windsor. When did he? No. They kind of stopped.
Or they weren't focused on pro wrestling at that point in the sports sections, I guess.
Yeah, but by the 60s, the wrestling coverage, they would like up until about the mid 60s. Like I said, there was previews, there was interviews, there was reviews, there was everything. By the 60s, I'm getting the cards off the advertisement that they paid for. They kind of finally decided we're not really going to cover wrestling. So it wasn't much of the deaths, not much wrestling news made it to the paper anymore. So, but I mean, I did find a few other articles, but I don't remember any of them being from Windsor, though. It definitely made it in Montreal. Some of the bigger markets did talk about it.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, that's a whole dark side of the ring itself. I mean, there's all kinds of theories from various family members about what happened at the end there.
Yes, it's a tale that. Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, even like Lou Thez was talking about it years later after he died, because his wife died 2 years later.
Yeah, it's. Yeah,
it gets dark. It gets dark.
Yes,
like,
very
it was
quickly.
Dark to begin with. He was, for those who don't know, he was 1966, the year after he officially retired, he was found dead in his kitchen of an apparent self gunshot wound. But then some of the facts started getting a bit weird after that. That there was other bullet holes in the walls or something, and did he just miss himself several times, or
Yeah.
was he shooting up?
And that's yes, that's something that we're gonna dig deep into in a later conversation in this program tonight. But boy, and it's almost a shame to let that be, kind of the end of the story at this point, right? In terms of how much has been rediscovered and how much boy, I don't know what the proper way to say this is, but it's almost disappointing that that's the one thing that everybody just falls back on at the end of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rather than, and I'm not saying that everything is, rainbows and unicorns and whatever. It's clearly not. And I'm not also not trying to paint this or look through this with rose-colored glasses, for example. But it's hard to not, kind of shadow all of this great information with the end of the story. And I think that I think that what we've done, at least on with the Windsor portion, is kind of bring a lot of that to light. Yes, we know what happens at the end, but it's fascinating to be able to go back and look at what happened before all of that, which I think is super impressive.
Before we got into wrestling in the 40s, he was a boxer. He didn't go pro, but he was I believe he was 16-4.
Yeah, that's right.
He was a very good boxer. His dad was a boxer before he started wrestling too. So so I mean, he had a great boxing promise. He started hot out the gate, and like I said, he started in 45, and by 1950, by 1948, he was facing Orville Brown in 1948.
Yeah, he was a huge star.
In 3 years, he was already a contender for the NWA World Heavyweight Championship, the 10 pounds of gold.
Still my favorite belt.
Yeah. Actually, it wouldn't have been the 10 pounds of gold.
Not back then, no.
Yeah. When was that? Was it about 71 or something like that? That one came in? The one that they have right now?
Yeah, I want to say Harley Race maybe was the one who debuted that one.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, but so I mean, he was. You can still see a bunch of his matches on there. I mean, the unfortunate thing is with a lot of these stars on YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of these stars. Unfortunately, is that all these early TV shows, most of these stations erased the tape because tape was so expensive back then that they would just keep filming over it. So much is lost. I mean, Billy Two Rivers is still alive. I mean, I wish somebody with more connections and funds to document something, to do a documentary, to really get in and talk to some of his surviving family, because Billy Two Rivers is still alive. He's about 83, 86, around there. Yeah,
I actually had him on season 1. We did had him on for a show. Yeah, and that was one of my most, and that interview with him still sticks out to me. Right, that's one of my favorite episodes that I've done of this program, because we talked for, oh my God, over 2 hours. Just not just on the program, but just talking, generally speaking, and with Billy. There are things, if he wants to talk about it, he'll go all the way with it, right? And there were things that he didn't want to discuss, and I was fine with it. It's his story to tell. But I'm with you. It would be fascinating to actually have a documentary crew, not only for him and his family, but also the community, because, and this is something that we talked about on the program with him, is how everything is passed down orally throughout the community. So while he has his stories that he's told and been told over the years, his family has those, but so does the community. So it would be fascinating to, and good God, Lord knows I don't have the funds for this or whatever, but it'd be fascinating to do an actual series, like a mini series of how this all works with itself and with each other.
Absolutely. I mean, and that's what I think, because it's tough to tell Don Eagle's story just because of the fact that, I mean, he, like you said, like I said, when it starts with that gorgeous George, the screw job, it's like that, then it's the injury, and then it's
done.
And it's kind of like, God, there's 3 terrible acts at the end.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God.
We don't get. Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, it's just that like you said, that the spotlight keeps getting taken from the first half of his story.
Yes.
It keeps going, the back end is dark and kind of depressing, and it's like, yes, but there was so much more at the beginning that you don't realize how big a star that he was. He was up there. He was a world contender. He was a world champion.
And
2-time world champion with Boston.
And started it all in Windsor, funny enough.
Yeah.
So, this has obviously been a tremendous conversation.
Absolutely.
What we didn't touch on, and I meant to at the start of this all, is obviously we've gone heavy with the Windsor project that you're working on, but you also have something else in the works. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Do I?
With the book?
What do I have?
With the book, right?
Oh, the book. Sorry.
Yeah.
That's important research. Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to give you the Iggy there.
Look at that. Look at that. See? That's why I was terrible with girls. I don't pick up on hints. Yeah, so the whole reason why I'm doing all the research on Windsor isn't just to satisfy my OCD and my ADHD, which it is as well, but I'm writing my first book. It's tentatively called Killers, Butchers, Crybabies, and Canadian Destroyers, the history of professional wrestling in Windsor, Ontario. And it's all about just the history of wrestling coming into the area and how it's sort of fit into the world. Sort of a look at sort of like I was saying, at territory within a territory, because we were like a little territorial feeder for Michigan mostly, but also Ontario and Ohio. The name is, in case someone goes, hey, that sounds like, it is a homage, because there's a book, great book by Pat Laprade and Bertrand Hébert about the history of the Montreal scene. It's called Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs, the untold story of how Montreal shaped the world of wrestling. So it is a conscious nod, just so people go, hey, that sounds like you.
And I know Pat appreciated it, because I saw you pop Pat on Twitter there.
Yeah. Actually, and because of that, Pat actually got a hold of me yesterday. He just sent me a DM, and I'm not going to say yet who, because I don't want to jinx things and all that, but he did pass along some contacts for me that are going to be invaluable, so I will send another shout out to Pat for that, because
tremendous.
Yeah, pretty excited. So that's the end game. I mean, it's going to take a while. It's still a lot to go into.
Well, you only have like 100 years of news to go through, so.
Well, I've right now I've cataloged and gone through, and I've written down every card from 1906 until 1990. So I'm pretty much from the beginning up to the modern era. We'll say. The modern era after that is pretty much almost 99% Border City Wrestling, which is our indie promotion, which is also owned and run by Scott D'Amore.
Yes.
Which that stuff's all easier for me to obtain. I can. Scott and I have been friends for years, so I can. That is easier to track down information. So I'm going to spend the next year pretty much getting the first 60 years
dialed in. Yeah.
So I've got all the cards. So now I'm next stage is to go through all these and find the narratives, find the feuds, find who the regulars were, and all that stuff. So yeah, that's how I stumbled across with the Don Eagle stuff. Because I was a bit shocked to see him arrive in the story earlier than I thought he would show up.
Well, and like I said off the top of the program, you weren't the only one who was shocked. And it's funny how you can dig in and research and do all the stuff, and it's that one random tidbit just changes the game, and it's crazy how it happens like that.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that I'm glad I did this now and not say 5 years ago or something, because a lot of these books, like I got a whack load of Tim Hornebaker's stuff, and there's so many great writers that do great documenting history that stumbling across a lot of these older names that if I hadn't read so and so's book a year ago or 2 years ago or years ago, that this name I might not have keyed in, and kind of gone, oh, well, why is that important? But now I'm seeing things and it's like, oh yeah, so I mean, it's thankfully my wife, I could say that my obsession with reading and collecting history books about wrestling has paid off.
And like I said at the top of the program, you have quite the collection in the background there. So obviously our listeners can't see it, but yeah, it was quite the sight for me to get a glimpse at least. So yeah, it's super tremendous.
All the workbooks all sitting here. Yeah, all my resource books. Yeah, good times. Good times.
The best of times. And obviously dealing with wrestling history, so obviously something very, very near and dear to myself as well.
Yeah, it just makes everything more interesting. I mean, when you see that there's so much about wrestling today that people say is so far away from what it was, and then you realize it's not really. I mean, I've come across some absolutely silly gimmicks when people say things about, like Danhausen or someone like that. And they'll be like, oh, who are these kind of stupid things? Then it's like, well, I found a guy who was in an ad for coming in. He was an American wrestler, but he wasn't doing very well under his name, so he put on this crazy mask in 1950. He was called Zuma the Man from Mars. He had like a space helmet and everything else, and it's like, they had some pretty ridiculous gimmicks back then, too.
Yeah, it's not just everybody being very nice and very evil today.
Yeah.
I can't do a Danhausen voice. That was awful.
That's all right. And, people don't realize, I mean, because Danhausen's from Detroit, so we kind of, he sort of started in this area. He was also, in the Michigan, Ohio area. So he's, when he was Donovan Danhausen, he was almost like a MMA style kind of, he didn't have the makeup. He was more of a shoot fighter. He was more of a technical guy. But he realized that there's a million guys doing that right now. So, it's one of those things. He does less work in the ring, puts on some makeup, and now he's selling merch through the roof. So
yeah, exactly.
Who's really winning?
Yeah. That's the very definition of work smarter, not harder.
Absolutely.
Well, Jamie, this is an absolute treat for me, and I can't wait for when the book comes out. I'll be keeping tabs on that throughout the next.
Go back and check out that Billy Two Rivers interview.
I highly recommend it. Not to plug my own stuff on my own program, but.
Well, no, I didn't realize, so I'm excited to hear that.
Now, before we proceed further with the Don Eagle story, there is something that came up in conversation with Jamie Greer that I want to expand upon a little bit more. Now, naturally, quite a bit of our conversation is not following a proper timeline set of events, right? It's not like we talked about the 20s and the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. There are events that happened throughout the time period, but not set in a continual time frame, if you will. One of those events that we had talked about was the back injury that Chief Don Eagle had sustained. And I want to discuss this because it's going to play into later conversations that we have during the course of this program. So, during a 1953 match with the notorious Hans Schmidt, Eagle was thrown over the top rope and into the ringside chairs, which ended up damaging several spinal discs and breaking 2 ribs. This left him in a full body cast, and doctors told him that he would never wrestle again. But Eagle's belief, faith, and love of wrestling pulled him through this time. As he recuperated, he created new moves in his mind which he believed would make him even more technically competent than he was before. He took a year off in total, during which time he began training Billy Two Rivers. You can hear much more about that in my episode with Billy Two Rivers in Season 1 of Grappling with Canada. So I just wanted to clarify that a little bit more to provide some context, because it'll end up clearing some of the conversation that I have coming up, and especially later on in the program. Also, there are some poignant quotes that I feel now is a very good time to interject into the program. Now, these quotes come from a SlamWrestling.net article written by friend of the show, Greg Oliver. And these are various wrestlers talking about their experiences with Chief Don Eagle. And I think, again, plays into conversations that I just had with Jamie and conversations that you're going to hear right away with the next guest on the program. Quote, I think the main thing with him, besides the fact that he was a good wrestler, a scientific wrestler, was that he gave the white people, or the rest of Canada, a better look at what the native people were like, explained Don Leo Jonathan. Nowadays, First Nations people stand different in the eyes of their fellow Canadians than they did 40 years ago. It was a slow process, but I think one that Don Eagle helped to speed up. I think that quote is very important because that really plays into the cultural awakening and cultural recognition that Don Eagle was really bringing in, especially the Ohio area, but also to other parts of Canada, and naturally the soon-to-be widespread television wrestling audience that was watching Don Eagle before their very eyes, not in living color naturally in black and white at that time, but interesting quotes nonetheless. Billy Two Rivers, who, if you had listened to the Season 1 episode, you would know intimately well at this point, had this to say, quote, it's always been the curiosity of the red man in any kind of sport, and he personified that in his career. Basically, he was one of the front runners in the television era of wrestling. He was the pioneer in wrestling as an Indian person. Combined with his natural abilities, and the colorfulness of ourselves in costumes, and, I guess, the curiosity, he was a boom to wrestling, but he was also a role model for a lot of Indian people. And again, this further exemplifies the facts that we had talked about and are going to be brought up later on in the program as well. Something that was discussed during my conversation with Jamie Greer was the outlandish way that Chief Don Eagle arrived to the wrestling venues. Namely, driving a long Cadillac with a 20-foot canoe on top. And Don Leo Jonathan had some tremendous memories of this and some thoughts as well. Quote, he had an outrigger built for that old thing. I've been out with him. I used to go out on the reserve, and we would go to the Lachine Rapids, spear sturgeon, shoot ducks and geese. He used it. He was quite a sportsman. 2 things that he loved was Indian cornbread and roasted goose. And another conversation, or part of the conversation that we had with Jamie, and something that gets brought up later on in the program as well, is how involved Chief Don Eagle was in communities, and how well he was involved in charities as well. And Billy Two Rivers had this to say about that. They used to visit hospitals and scout troops together, and he had purchased property in Vermont where he hoped to open a boys' club or a boys' camp. He was a wonderful person, a very giving person, a good person to know. And as well, another quote that Don Eagle, or regarding Don Eagle, and another quote regarding just the impact and recognition of Don Eagle from Billy Two Rivers. Quote, "He always made it a point that it was Don Eagle from the Mohawk community of Ganawake. A lot of times the wrestling announcers would say Don Eagle from Montreal or Don Eagle from Quebec, Canada. And if that was done, he'd correct it. I took that as an example to my travels." And that's something that I've come across during multiple matches of Don Eagle that I've watched, even on YouTube, right? They're very quick to point out Ganawake, and if they say just Quebec, then the announcer usually gets some kind of tap on the shoulder to remind him of where Don Eagle was actually from. Now, another aspect that we had talked about was the essentially unfamiliarity of First Nations people with the general population, we'll say, in areas such as Ohio. And this is, again, where Don Eagle's colorful persona, we'll say, was a blessing and a curse, because, yes, he was quite the attraction, but it could also come off as a distraction. Don Leo Jonathan kind of expanded on that a little bit. Quote, "People never did understand him. You take white people looking at an Indian, they look at it completely differently than an Indian looking at an Indian. Since I was raised pretty much around Indians, and with Indians, I understood him a lot better than anybody else. He was just an Indian. He was through and through an Indian, even though he dealt with white people, and he learned to get along in that world. He wasn't completely accepted in that society, or he didn't want to be in it. And perhaps that's why people said that he had problems. Myself, I never saw him have more than a couple of beers. I know when we were at the Indian dances and stuff in Ohio, I never saw him drink. But that's not to mean, how people are. Some people have serious problems that some people never know about. Some people function better drunk than they do sober." And this is a topic of conversation that comes up later in the program today. And I want to, I suppose, apologize a little bit for the language used. However, these are quotes from specific people set in a specific time, right? And this is a topic of conversation that comes up later on in the program as well today. A lot of the language used, in terms of this program from back in the day, isn't obviously, language we would use, or me specifically, that I would use in 2022. Unfortunately, we can't judge information and conversation the way that we do in 2022, the way that we should have back then. So I just want to clear that up a little bit, because there's terminology used that I'm not specifically comfortable with. However, it is part of the Don Eagle story, and they are interesting quotes that do shed some more light on the Don Eagle story, so I feel like they should be included. Now, there are other quotes regarding that article in slamwrestling.net that we're going to get to later on in the program, because it relates to something a little bit different. But in terms of overall cultural significance and big moments in professional wrestling history, there's probably one that unfortunately stands heads and shoulders above almost anything else that Don Eagle ended up accomplishing in the professional wrestling ring. And that is the Chicago short count screw job. To join me in discussing this matter is two-time guest to Grappling With Canada, Javier Ojst. Javier Ojst is an exceptional contributor to ProWrestlingStories.com, as well as several other websites that you can hear about later on in this program. But he's going to come on and talk about his article, his research into the Chicago short count screw job, and some more undiscovered information regarding the life and career of Chief Don Eagle. But before then, I'm going to play some more classic wrestling audio. And on the other side, we get into the infamous Chicago short count.
Look out. Uh-oh. Looks like Mr. Eagle has lost his temper here for the moment. There's a drag on George. Going at him again. He's really smacking him with these things. Looky here, Gorgeous George has got a leg lock. Watch him use these ropes. Uh-oh, look here. Callahan is in here. He's had 2 or 3 counts of 2, 1, 2, 3. And there's the match. Oh, boy, look at this crowd get on its ear. You saw the count. Uh-oh, wait a minute, Don. We must not kick off the referee. Boy, didn't he drop Callahan there then. This is the first time Lou Gordon, one of the commissioners in here, War Eagle. Everybody, boy, this is a shamble. The fans are throwing things into them. Hey, Don, come here, boy. Honest to goodness. Things have really happened around here. Don Eagle took out after Callahan. Callahan beat him to the dressing room, and Don Eagle is still on the outside. Here's Gorgeous George trying to get him. Where'd you come from, Junior? Hey, look. No spectators in the ring, kid. That's right, boys. Stay with this little character. Who on earth is he? He just had to take a shortcut through there on the way home. But at any rate, Gorgeous George has won this match from Don Eagle. And that's one of the biggest upsets in the wrestling business for a long time, because this Kid Eagle had gone along for a number of bouts before finally losing this one. It's the first one in something like 135 or 40 bouts that the boy actually lost on. Gorgeous George has got on his snoot here. The fans are grabbing at him. This crowd is really on its ear. I've never seen a crowd in as ugly a mood as this gang is here tonight. It was very much a pro-Don Eagle. Look at them. Stuff being thrown into the ring from all directions, from all parts of the house. Just to make it official, the ring announcer tried to announce the fact that Gorgeous George had won the match from Don Eagle, but couldn't even make himself heard. He just gave it up as a bad job. Jeffries and George are still standing here, wondering perhaps whether or not to risk a trip out through the audience. Well, here we go. Let's see what happens. Uh-oh, somebody yanking at his robe. Look at him kick at him. Hey, wait a minute. That's an Andy Frame guy who's trying to protect you, George. Men all around him here. Uh-oh, look at him take in on Gorgeous George. I have seen an ugly crowd.
Javier Ojst, welcome back to the program tonight. How are you doing, man?
Great. Thanks for having me back, Andy.
It's absolutely my pleasure. We been chatting a little bit off air, trying to get our dates straight for our tremendous conversation that we're going to have regarding tonight's topic of the evening, if you will, and that would be discussing the Chicago short count screw job. But before we get into all of that, for anybody who hasn't listened to you on the past episode of Grappling with Canada, can you give everybody a little background about yourself?
Sure, no problem. I mostly write for Pro Wrestling Stories. I've been able to contribute to Slam Wrestling as well. I'm very proud. I'm also in G-Fan magazine. For those Godzilla fans, you know what that is. But the bulk of my work is at Pro Wrestling Stories, and I'm super excited to be back on your show. I really enjoy listening to your stuff. Well,
I enjoy having you, and for anybody
Bertha Faye was the other.
That's correct. Yes, and I can't believe I usually I'm pretty on the spot of promoting my own projects, but
Monster
yes,
Ripper.
the Monster Ripper, which is like actually funny enough, that ended up being one of the most listened to episodes of season 1. So you have a little bit of a championship belt swagger to carry you throughout the episode tonight.
Great, that was the IC belt. Maybe we can get the heavyweight title tonight.
I think we're gonna be rocking it tonight. So this is gonna be a lot of fun. But the reason we have you back on, notwithstanding your tremendous personality and your quick wit, getting me off my feet here, but obviously the articles that you're writing for Pro Wrestling Stories are, and I put you over big time last time. Like, you just do such a fantastic job of presenting a fair and accurate article through and through each and every time. And when you were on previously, you were a few articles away from 100. What I'm more impressed with and more fascinated by is your choice of articles. And obviously the one that we're going to be discussing in great detail tonight is regarding the Chicago Short Count Screwjobs. So before we get into that, what tipped you off to this story, and what was it about it that fascinated you enough to write the article about it in the first place?
I think I remember I was writing. I had just finished writing an article for the site, and I was just looking for different ideas, and I ran into this one. I just start putting in different keywords. I try to search to see what's been written about, what hasn't, what can we try to, maybe there's mention of a certain incident in a story, just a mention, and that catches my eye where I'm thinking maybe this could be a whole article. And most people are familiar with the Montreal screw job and what happened to Wendy Richter and the WWF. I know that's kind of years back, but these so-called screw jobs or these double crosses in wrestling, there's been several documented cases, and this was one of them that really grabbed my attention, especially because Gorgeous George, the one and only, the toast of the coast, the human orchid, is involved in it.
Yes.
So I thought that would be really something that caught the reader's attention, and I thought, hey, if Gorgeous George is in it, it's got to be interesting. It's got to be an interesting read.
Well, and interesting tale it is for sure. And just to kind of echo your sentiments on that, most wrestling fans, I would agree. Montreal Screwjob, you can talk for hours about that. Whatever happened, even the Fabulous Moolah and Wendy Richter incident that was the late 80s, I believe, in the WWF. But same thing. You could talk hours about what happened, what didn't happen, what was the backstory, et cetera, et cetera. But and then going through the annals of time, you heard some of the pioneers, right? Like incidents with Frank Gotch, for example. Yep. But this one, funny enough, in my research, when I was doing my storyboard for season 2, I had Don Eagle pegged because of my conversation in season 1 with Billy Two Rivers. And what I wanted to do was go down the not bloodline, but go down that alley of the Mohawk wrestling nation coming out of, just outside of Montreal, Quebec. I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the Screwjob aspect of his story until I got into it. And obviously that's where I came across your article. And to me, it almost encapsulates his entire set of circumstances inside of wrestling in this one story. But obviously we're going to get into it in great depth and detail here. But it is interesting to note that this was, or he was, essentially the first Canadian involved in a double cross screw job. And it was, what would that have been, 40 years before the infamous one in Montreal.
Yeah, and just for the listeners, if they're not familiar with the Billy Two Rivers was the protege of Don Eagle. right?
Yes. Yeah. From what I recall in our conversation, it was he's from the same reserve, Kahnawake, outside of Montreal. Billy Two Rivers was big into sports. He was a big-time lacrosse player, actually. And things were not going well in terms of his life on the reserve. And that was the same time when Don Eagle was coming back to rehab his back. So at the same time was training Billy Two Rivers and two other wrestlers who didn't end up making it. But Billy Two Rivers ended up being his protege. And they had massive runs as tag teams.
Okay, yeah. He was one of a couple. Don Eagle took under his wing, and he's at least the only one I know that it can be said that made it in the sport. I'm not familiar with the other two, but Billy Two Rivers is, and props for you for getting him on the show. That's great for you to get him on the show. He's a wrestler. At least in the United States, not too many people are familiar with them, and that's a real shame. And that's again one of the reasons why your show is just a real great listen, man. For you to be getting guests like that.
For his story specifically, I was more, and I know we're getting off topic here, and I apologize for everybody listening at home, but for his story, and this kind of ties in with Don Eagle as well. I was more fascinated by how big he was in Europe, because you know, me sitting in Winnipeg, I wouldn't think that, you know, a wrestler, just a Canadian in general, but never mind a Mohawk from just outside of Montreal, would be as big of a star as he was overseas, right? And then you learn about what was happening at the time, and you know, with not racial stereotyping of whatever, but there was a lot of trying to learn about Indigenous people from Canada, we'll say, and I'll kind of phrase it that way, which also played into a large part of why he was so successful overseas. Coincidentally, a lot of that ties into why Don Eagle was so successful at the time that he was. So it is, as much as they're different stories, they still have very strong similarities.
Very interesting. Good. I knew about Billy too. Just to close on Billy Two Rivers, I knew about him first in that wrestling documentary, Wrestling Queen. That's where I knew about him.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, because I was watching the matches, and the matches a lot of those were amazing. I'm like, who are these guys? Because a lot of them weren't labeled. They didn't put the names underneath them.
Oh, that's right,
so
too, yeah.
So they're just kind of, they just throw you in the middle of the match, and I'm like, who is this guy? I mean, I want to know who this guy is. I want to learn more about him. I want to watch more of his matches, and one was Billy Two Rivers. Just hitting each other with, slapping each other's chest, full force chops. Like, oh my God.
Yeah, and just laying everything in, as they say.
Yeah, laying it in, man, laying it in. It's like when you watch WWE, the current product, you know, they change the camera angle a lot of times.
Yeah.
and you kind of miss the strike. When I saw Billy Two Rivers in that documentary, you were seeing everything.
Yeah,
man.
there was no edits.
Cameras. Hard cam, the hard cam, and the
handheld.
The camera that's on the handheld. Yeah. Well, getting into the Chicago short count screw job.
Yeah, so listeners of tonight's program, we teased it a little bit with my guest earlier on in the program, but I really wanted to get into what happened with yourself, because obviously the article is tremendous, and we're not going to go word for word of the article. And again, it's a perfect companion piece for anybody listening to this right now. While you're listening to this, head on over to ProWrestlingStories.com and search out the article to kind of follow along as we go here. But if you could just give everybody a bit of a backstory of what was happening in the Chicago area before this event took place.
Well, in the Chicago area, you had Fred Kohler. Fred Kohler was the member of the NWA like several other promoters at the time. But even back then, you had what you would call outlaw promoters, outlaw promotions, people who are not part of the NWA. This is what they would call them, outlaws. That's what they would call them, even though, let's say you were the promoter for Illinois, the Chicago area, and I start promoting shows and I'm not part of the NWA, I'm considered an outlaw.
Yes.
So I'm like the troublemaker. So that was Fred Kohler. And the outlaw promoter of the area, his name was Leonard Schwartz. And he mostly ran shows in the Rainbow Arena in Chicago, Illinois. That's what it was called. And he was, what I researched, he was the owner as well. And he was doing very well. His business was doing very well. He would get people like Jim Londos. Jim Londos was a huge deal back then. This is a superstar that has been kind of lost in time, But if you look up Jim Londos, he was one of the first true superstars of pro wrestling that was when it was transitioning more to an entertainment product. I mean, but this is the 50s. It was still changing a little bit. And Schwartz, since he was not part of the NWA, a guy by the name of Jack Pfeffer would get him talent. And Jack Pfeffer is a guy who was in and out with the NWA. Sometimes he was cool with them, sometimes he wasn't. When he wasn't, he was exposing the business with the press, and if he couldn't get Buddy Rogers, he'd get a guy with bleach blonde hair and call him Bummy Rogers, or make up his name.
Yeah, that's right.
But Jack Pfeffer was pure carny promoter, but he would have little people, they would call them the midgets, but little people wrestlers. He would have women. He would have any kind of wrestler with like bizarre gimmicks. If you weren't Native American, he'd make you Native American. If you weren't truly from the deep jungles of Africa, he would make you. If you were dark skinned, and he would put an outfit on you, a mask, and okay, there you go. There's your African savage or whatever.
Yes.
He would have. And he didn't shy away from his wrestlers to be more of the entertainment aspect. He's quoted in several places where he's like, look, this is the kind of product I think the people like, and this is what sells. This is he was insinuating that his product, this is what wrestling is, even though the others masquerade around like if it's a true sport, pure sport. He's telling you, look, this is entertainment, and I'm just taking it up to the next level, So what was going on is Fred Kohler was having trouble with this outlaw promotion, and on top of that, promoter Al Haft was also providing talent to Schwartz. Al Haft was a promoter of the NWA of the Ohio area, Cleveland, Ohio area. And this is where Don Eagle comes in. Don Eagle was a big deal in the 40s and the 50s. When TV came along, Don Eagle became a big star. And what happens is back then, certain promoters had kind of like they had a certain kind of ownership over some of the talent. And with Don Eagle, there was something called a personal management contract, where he would be lent out to different promoters. The problem was he first started out wrestling, let's say, everyone wanted to be on Kohler's shows because in Chicago, he was part of the Dumont network.
Which was a massive television network.
Dumont is let's say, it's what... let's say what TBS, the Superstation, became much later on.
Yes.
But Dumont was the competition of like CBS, ABC. They were like in 32 cities at the time, and in big markets, New York, Chicago. They weren't like little towns. So if you were on Kohler's shows, you were more apt at becoming a star, and this is what Don Eagle became. But what was going on was Al Haft was kind of sharing Don Eagle with Kohler less and less, and more with the rival outlaw promotion. And this is what sets up the whole encounter on for May, what was it, May 23rd, 1950. I believe that's the date. I just want to double check that. And that's a so-called screw job between both of the short count, the Chicago short count screw job.
Well, the 23rd was when Don Eagle became the AWA champion, which kind of predates, which predates this, but it figures in heavily into what we're going to be discussing a little bit later on. But just something I wanted to circle back to.
Frank Sexton, correct?
That's right. Yeah. But before we get there, just something I wanted to circle back to is, I really want to really put it out there that, with the advent of television, Don Eagle was the guy in the Ohio area, and that those stations went all over the place. And again, this is a conversation that I touched on briefly in my earlier conversation with my previous guest, but I don't think it can be understated just how much of a rocket ship essentially Don Eagle was on at that time. Coincidentally, you also have kind of some, backstage dealings, if you will, that you just alluded to with, essentially his personal manager kind of playing him against both sides of the same town. So all of these things are kind of bubbling to the surface. And then obviously we're moving into the direction of what ended up happening in Chicago. But sorry, I didn't want to cut you off, but I wanted to kind of lay a bit more of that story a little bit better.
And you just helped me remember Jim Barnett was also involved. He was Kohler's business partner.
That's right too.
Jim Barnett was a power broker in wrestling for many years. He was the main guy. He was down in Georgia. He established was a World Championship Wrestling in Australia.
That's right. The original WCW, World Championship Wrestling.
But that was the name of the one in Australia. Jim Barnett, if you look into it, he was everywhere. Business dealings, and when the Tri-WF started, he was right there. The office had like 5-6 people. He was one of the people as one of their original employees. So he was back there. He was backing up a Kohler against all this happening. And
he's one who he had his mitts in everything, and he was everywhere. Is the other part of that? And sorry. Please continue.
And I wanted to stress, like you said, back. This is right when TV was giving wrestling such a huge push. And this is also the time when people have to kind of place themselves in that era. Now we got the internet, we got things at our fingertips, instant information is right there. Back then, your news source was the newspaper, the radio, and TV to a certain degree. But what's funny about the newspaper is a lot of times the newspaper could be doctored or influenced by promoters. So sometimes when you're researching these articles, the newspaper, you can't always take it like this is exactly what happened, because I've come across the newspaper having two different results.
That's right too. Yeah.
One thing, one page. And these are official clippings. This is not something off the internet and on a chat. These are official clippings, and one says certain person won, this happened, and the other one. This happened with my Mildred Burke article. There was different reports on who had won and how they'd won for the same match. But this is the beginning of the 1950s, and George Wagner, who he changed himself to Gorgeous George. When he became basically a cultural icon of the time. This Gorgeous George is one of the wrestlers where it's like a Muhammad Ali. A lot of people never saw him box, but you've heard his name.
Yes.
Kind of like what happened, like the Hulk Hogan later on. A lot of people who never saw wrestling know who Hulk Hogan was. It's like just a cultural, influential icon for wrestling. Gorgeous George inspired Muhammad Ali. He told Muhammad Ali how he could market himself better. look, you're like you said, you're a great athlete, but you know, people are gonna want to watch you. That you gotta get on their nerves. You gotta be telling them how pretty you are, how great you are. Just gotta get on their nerves. That's, you know, he helped Muhammad Ali get to that other level. And, you know, just jumping way ahead, but just this little parentheses here. Later on, you had Adrian Street with a similar gimmick.
Yes.
Much later, you had Adrian Adonis. You know, but gorgeous. And even before that, of course, you had Buddy Rogers. Buddy Rogers had a sort of effeminate, tough guy, very brash image to him. And later you had Ric Flair. All these guys, Gorgeous George played a part in their image and in how they conducted themselves, you know. And then basically Don Eagle and Gorgeous George are gonna. Don Eagle is the AWA champion. One important thing about this AWA championship title is it is not the one of Vern Gagne and Pat O'Connor from the 60s. This is an older AWA based out of Boston.
Yes.
And they claim that this title had even ties to Hackenschmidt back in 1905, Ed Strangler in 1928. So this is the old AWA. No, none of us saw. Let's put it that way. It began in 1930. And the head of this NWA, the head of this AWA. It's interesting. His last name was Bowser. This was the promoter, Paul Bowser. He was part of the NWA, but he was kind of like on the fence. He was a part of it, but he was still promoting his champion, which was Don Eagle, his AWA champion. And this is kind of like the setup with Don Eagle and Gorgeous George, and behind all this is promoter Fred Kohler. Where he saw that Don Eagle was the key to all this. He's the guy who's influencing where the money's going, where people are going to watch for shows. You know.
Okay, that's a fascinating part that I really want to key into as well. So hang on to that thought for 1 second. Something you brought up in regards to Gorgeous George, presentation-wise, is something that's fascinating to think about now at this point, because here you have, and obviously we're winding our way to the meeting of Don Eagle and Gorgeous George, but you have Gorgeous George, who is flamboyant and flashy and effeminate, and he's all about self-promotion and doing a masterful job. On the flip side, you have Don Eagle, who has, you know, the feather, what's the term I'm looking for? Like the war feathers. The war feather headbands, right? He's got the paint. You know, he pulls up to venues. He's got this big, you know, Cadillac that he's driving with the canoe strapped to the top. Like you're talking about two guys who are all about self-promotion, two different ways, but are at this point in time really like the two of the guys at the forefront of television. So it's just interesting to see, like, you know, who's being promoted by who's promoting who, and how they're being promoted. Is interesting that you have two guys essentially, you know, diametrically, you know, presented, but are both just massive television stars at that point in time.
Just imagine Don Eagle with the I think it's a war bonnet, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yes, yeah.
A war bonnet, and and going back again to that era, a Native American character. This was not the usual thing in wrestling, and wrestling was still pretty conservative. And then you have Gorgeous George, who just put things on its head. He just put the whole wrestling industry on its head. There was no one like this guy. He did have someone did influence him before. I forget the name, and I know there are historians listening to this are going to say this guy influenced Gorgeous George. I forget the name, But for our purposes, other than this other person, there was no one like Gorgeous George ever.
That's right. Yeah.
People did not know what to make of him. And then you have Don Eagle, this was a very exotic, different looking wrestling character, and still today, someone with a headdress, that war bonnet, and that huge car, it's gonna turn heads, and he was very proud of his heritage, and he was legitimately Native American heritage. He wasn't Joe Scarpa, right? It wasn't Chief Jay Strongbow.
He wasn't an Italian dressed up or whatever.
No, and with all due respect to Chief Jay Strongbow, who had legions of fans and was super over, Don Eagle was the real deal and super talented in the ring, athletic, fast. This guy was a top. He used to box. This guy was a top athlete. And Gorgeous George, with all his looks of his prissiness and his manager, and he's throwing the perfume around and his little golden bobby pins. Gorgeous George was a legit wrestler. He had an amateur wrestling background. He could hold himself real well in the ring. He wasn't just someone just prancing around. So this is a great, really, really good setup for the fans.
So I can only imagine the atmosphere in the building heading into this, and this is the date that we are going with is May 26th, 1950, at the International Amphitheater in Chicago. There are other dates floating in the ether, and this is something that we had talked about off air, and I think we've come to the consensus that there's other dates because of the airing dates of the program, which obviously would be different than the actual day of the fight.
Yeah, and we've confirmed it in several very reputable books. So I'm going with May 26, 1950.
And what's interesting about sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
What's interesting, and a lot of people, who will search this out on YouTube, which I highly suggest, or maybe reading the article, glossing over it, is they're like, oh, it's a 2 out of 3 fall match. Why was it that? So can you explain why this was a 2 out of 3 falls match?
It traditionally, for the championship, 2 out of 3 falls was the usual stipulation when it was going to be a championship. And but even though most matches back then were 2 out of 3 falls. Is that what your research?
That's what it is, yeah. But I find it interesting that it's one of those things that is lost to, most fans nowadays, because, we've had 40 years of kind of a standardized way of running shows. But before that, especially in the NWA, every championship match was a 2 out of 3 fall, unless there was some kind of different.
Was the norm.
That's right.
Yeah, that was the norm in the NWA. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's important because remember, Don Eagle is the claimant of the AWA championship, not the Verngani one, but the older AWA. So but before the match, that's one of the things that we're going to talk about, where it's not, that title is kind of like not really mentioned in the match as far as the commentator.
Yes, which is interesting.
And no belt, and I'm jumping ahead of myself, I'm sorry, and no belt is presented at the end to either one of these competitors, so I won't give away the winner. But you don't see it at the beginning, you don't see it at the end, but coming into the match, Chief Don Eagle was the AWA champion.
And another thing I think we should just, as we kind of set the stage for what happens, is the program that was aired on television was interestingly edited, we'll say. So what you'll see in video form, there are moments that are missing. There are time jumps, and like you just said, there are aspects of the match that are left out on the television production side of it, which does play further into the overall story of what ends up happening here.
Yeah, and I would say either inconveniently or conveniently, some major editing was done with the video of the match. The first fall, we'll get into that, is fine, but then after the first fall, though, that's when things kind of get a little strange.
Okay,
it was a little challenging writing an article because you're thinking, maybe I should seek out a better copy, or else I'm going to be writing a BS article.
Yeah.
But there's nothing. As far as I know, there's nothing else out there.
Well, so let's get into this. So, for the first fall, I believe it was Don Eagle takes the first fall with the handstand Indian leg lock, and he makes George tap for the first fall. Correct?
Yes, it's it's technically the Indian leg lock, but he does it with his hands instead of with his leg. So I thought, I had never seen that before, so that was super interesting to me when I saw that. He kind of ties George's legs into Don Eagle ties his arms into George's legs and does a headstand and then goes into a bridge. And Gorgeous George submits.
Which is
first fall.
Yeah, and that's notable.
That's the best I can describe it. People are gonna have to go and watch the black and white the match. It's there. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and it's an interesting aspect to the match itself because normally you don't see a champion contender tap in the first fall, right? We've seen champions lose the belt via submission. A notable one would be when Kiniski lost it to Dory Funk Jr. would be a notable one, but this isn't something that you would normally see, which is further, we're talking about weird things that happen in the match. This gets further exacerbated by what happens with the second fall, which is, based on what we have for video evidence, is almost conjecture.
The second fall is it gets a little strange because there's a part where Don Eagle is like, I believe he's thrown out of the ring, correct? And
yes, he gets thrown out of the ring. Yeah, and he runs.
And the camera gets lost, and it's black and white footage. It's kind of chaotic, and then all of a sudden you see Gorgeous George in the corner, and they're kind of like preparing him for the second fall. Once Don Eagle gets back inside, there's some weird editing there. That's for sure. And he was counted out. That's what happens. So then once he's counted out, then they're one fall apiece, which is very strange. And,
yes.
The commentator mentions that Don Eagle hit his head on the outside or something, and then it's one fall apiece. Gorgeous George submits in the first one. Then Don Eagle is counted out on the second, and then they're going into the third fall.
Now, what's also interesting about the count out for the second fall is that War Eagle is there at the same time now, and again we kind of lose that aspect in the editing of the match where it's as people listening would know at this point, Don Eagle had his father as his second for the majority of his. Definitely of his early career for sure, but it's just interesting that he's not there and then he's like it's like a stand-in almost. It's very strange.
Yeah, he's there, but you see him at the beginning of the match, right? Basically, you only see him outside of right behind the ring post on the apron, right?
Yes.
You see him at the beginning. You see him at the beginning of each fall, and that's all you see of him. But again, the footage is it's really old footage. We need someone to go in and make this into some kind of colorization and maybe 4K or something. Maybe we can see things a little. But but it's clear that there's been some editing and very, very strange way to lose the second fall. And in the third fall, Gorgeous George pins. Well, just a preface to this, throughout the whole match, the referee does a pretty steady count. You can see him going 1, 2, just a steady count. And I'm sure if you're working in the ring, that's really appreciated because you don't have a referee who's counting too fast or too slow. But for the third and decisive fall, Gorgeous George kind of gets tangled up in some kind of leg lock with Don Eagle. Gorgeous George is over Don Eagle, and he's bouncing off the ropes. Bounces off the ropes a couple of times, trying to pin Don Eagle. And at some point, the referee decides that Don Eagle's shoulders were indeed down on the mat for 3 seconds. And if you go back and watch it, it's close, but I would say was kind of screwy, pun intended, a screwy count by the referee. His name is Earl Mullahan. So he was very questionable counting for the third and final fall, and Don Eagle just goes irate. And you're looking at this, and I'm part of the artistry in pro wrestling is for them to convince you that I don't like using that word real or fake, but part of the artistry is for you to be watching wrestling and you're like, oh, that's not a work. Oh, he's really angry there. And Don Eagle looks legitimately angry at the referee. And if it wasn't for his father, who knows if maybe he would have done one of those leg locks on the referee. He ripped his shirt off. He tried to punch him a couple times.
And
escaped the ring.
The only thing that stopped him was his dad.
His dad, yeah. And through all this, I've seen the video several times, and Gorgeous George is just kind of, in the background. He's not getting involved. They put his robe on. They try to raise his arm, and he just kind of pulls away. So you're not certain whether Gorgeous George was in on this or not. But Gorgeous George certainly has a hard time getting out of the ring. They pull on his robe. He kicks a couple of fans, and he's getting mauled while he's trying to, go back to the dressing room.
Well, and the fans are irate. They're
they're throwing stuff. Yeah.
Like we've seen, we'll equate this to something more modern, right? When Hogan turned heel, for example, and the ring gets littered with garbage. Well, it's not 30,000 people, but you got 6,000 fans or whatever, or I think the number was like 5,200 or whatever. But anyways, but they just trashed the building. Like they were not happy.
Well, think about it. Gorgeous George had tremendous heat, whether he won or lost.
And that's the other part of it too. Yes.
And I mean, Gorgeous George would just walk in the arena, and people were like booing him, cussing him, and people just they were like fascinated by him, but they hated him at the same time. Like, who is this guy? Who does he think he is? And to beat Don Eagle like that and in such a strange way, the people were not liking it. There was like a sense of anger and confusion of what had gone on, and you can see that they're trying to maul Gorgeous George while he's trying to leave. And you can also observe that Gorgeous George is he puts his robe on, and he's trying to he's bracing himself because he knows there's going to be trouble.
Yes.
And he hasn't. And this is not the first time he can sense that the people they just want to,
they want blood, yeah.
But this time he must have thought, I think, whether he was in it or not, he knew he was in trouble.
Now, what else is interesting is on the audio component of the video, and you have to remind me who is doing the commentating, but he starts going on. Okay, Russ. Okay, yes, that's correct. And he's going on that it was one of the biggest upsets in wrestling, and I believe he was saying that
he's super. I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you. He's super exaggerated. I remember I put this in the article. He's super exaggerated by saying that Don Eagle hadn't lost like in about 135 to 140 matches before this. And he had won. If he's talking about the title, which they don't mention, but just putting the title in there, he had won it like 3 days before. So he was super kayfabing the Don Eagle's record there. You know, just putting more gasoline to the fire, just throwing more, making it more flammable. But Russ Davis, if the listeners, if people watch the really older stuff from like Chicago, the stuff they would show like in the movie theaters, and now you can get it on YouTube for free. But he's the commentator. He kind of talks like he really puts a lot of personality in his commenting, and it's just him. It's not him and someone else. So
yes.
He makes these little voices. If it's women's wrestling, he goes, oh, little Miss Pretty didn't like that punch. And if you go back and listen to his matches, he's real funny. He's real fun to listen to. But he was definitely selling it as one of the biggest upsets in wrestling history in a long time, I believe he said.
Yeah, and it was the over-exaggeration was odd, and I'm not sure. Oh boy, and obviously we're just totally talking out of turn or out loud or whatever, but I don't know if it was him or if he was told to say a line like that, or how in the world that you would get 140 straight matches, or it adds to the bizarre.
Yeah.
Everything that happened in the whole event.
That's why I love these stories, and if someone, I mean, he says that in when he's narrating the match, obviously in the edited version, and I put that in the article because I'm like, well, this is his quote, and he said this. Let the reader decide. Let the reader. I mean, if that's obviously kayfabe, that's fine. But this is what makes these stories so fun. And back then, there was something still very magical about the whole wrestling product.
So in the immediate aftermath of what happened, obviously we had alliterated that the fans just went insane. There was a bunch of arrests. I believe Don Eagle got arrested as well, right? And he was charged and released in the same day. But
disorderly conduct. It was almost $300 in today's money.
Yes.
What he was, and close to 6,000 fans. It was closer to 5,200. When they talk about how many people attended a card, they always estimate upward, right? But it's about 5,200 fans that attended this show to watch that. And but remember, one thing we left out, what the story is behind this. Remember, this is again Don Eagle. Why this happened? Fred Kohler was behind this, right? And you want to get into that right now?
Yes, let's get into that because I think that's a good way to really dig into what happened afterwards, because we had discussed earlier how Don Eagle was on this rocket ship trajectory essentially, and then this happened, and that was kind of it killed him essentially. And there are reasons for it, very specific reasons why that happened, and very specific people who were behind it. So yeah, let's get into that one.
Yeah, this was later confirmed by him, but he wanted to diminish the value of Chief Don Eagle. He's like, if I'm not getting him, I'll be damned if he's going to be of value to my competitors. And remember, and on top of all that, Fred Kohler was a legitimate member of the NWA, and yet doesn't seem like he's getting too much help from the organization to fight off these guys. If if you research later examples of outlaw promotions, you can see direct action of the NWA to help out the endangered promotion, like what happened in Georgia in the early 70s with Angungle, which is another interesting story. Not Canadian, but a very interesting story of Angungle and her outlaw promotion in the early 70s, where the NWA did help eliminate her promotion. But in this case, what I researched, the NWA was a little slow to react, and Fred Kohler decided to take things in his own manner, in his own hands, and it all points to the Mullahan, the Earl Mullahan, the referee was involved, because it was just a strange count. But it's unconfirmed whether Gorgeous George was involved, and it's doubtful Chief Don Eagle was, in my opinion.
I can't see him being a part of it, because
I mean, it would have to be something super twisted and convoluted where he would benefit from something like that. I mean, he did get even more press, but I don't see why he would have been involved in this.
Because there's a couple of aspects to further exemplify that part of it, right? Because it killed his trajectory. It killed the AWA title, because although it had the legacy that we had discussed earlier, it's after this happened, it was devalued. So you devalue the wrestler, you devalue the title. Now you have the NWA's plans, which had included, I believe, a match between Thez and is it Thez and Eagle, or was it Thez and Gorgeous George? But it derailed the NWA's plans. Like this one thing just tipped so many, just set so many things off wrongly in that era of wrestling.
Yeah, this was a time when the NWA was kind of fed up with all these different titles, people claiming world championship. So the AWA and Bowser, he was a defender of that. But when this happened, he finally fell in line. He joined the NWA 100%.
Yes.
And that AW title was discontinued. It no longer, it ceased to exist after that. And then Lou Thez was the first undisputed heavyweight champion. That's what they wanted, an undisputed heavyweight champion. After remember, it was Orville Brown who got into a car accident.
Yes,
and he was going to be the first one, but Lou Thez had to be at. And this is the early 1950s, and the NWA was established in '48. So it was an infant in its infancy, but that's what they wanted. They wanted one title, and this was the beginning of that. And eventually, even surprisingly, after this happened, they claim they made Chicago what they call an open city, where they allowed Schwartz to continue promoting, but with ABC TV. But this is when Kohler really decided to dig in. He quit for a while, and he said, "Look, this isn't possible. I've been faithful to the organization. You guys got to help me out." So what happened was, later on, they gave him priority when the champions were in town, where they would still allow it, but Kohler would get priority when you would get the champs in the area.
Well, and then obviously he had the unified world champion at that time, so you're just giving him all this ammunition to really stake his claim as the show in Chicago.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe he had to speak with Sam Munchnick. Sam Munchnick is a name a lot of people will recognize. That was around 53. And once with the unified title, the NWA is more or less what we understand what the territories were. until the early to mid 80s when things started falling apart. But they had a very, very successful system for a little over 40 years.
So there's
40 years.
There's one more piece to the Fred Kohler story that I that's part of your article, and I want to get into. He was interviewed by the Justice Department over this.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into this one now.
Remember, this is when people, this is when wrestling is, I guess, considered, legit sport, and so the Justice Department gets involved, and Kohler admits to them that this was, first of all, he tells them that, War Eagle and Chief Don Eagle, they were difficult to work with, and this and that, and they wanted special privileges, and they were getting expensive, but he did confirm that the reason behind all this was to devalue Don Eagle and give him when he would return to Schwartz, which was the outlaw rival, Don Eagle's value would be down way below it was before, and it was very vindictive of Fred Kohler to do this, and with Don Eagle, which was pretty much the star of the time, along with Gorgeous George. And he even claims that, I remember in the article it says, he even claims that he invited the Illinois Athletic Commission to look at the film and time the seconds, and the 3 seconds Don Eagle's shoulders were on the mat, it was all confirmed and it was all clean. And I mean, this is incredible that it's all documented by by articles and like you said, the Justice Department involved in an investigation over a pro wrestling match.
It's interesting too, and another aspect that you had written in your article was, and this kind of circles back to our Al Haft conversation earlier. So he was essentially saying that Al Haft was begging him to push Don Eagle on his shows, but then once he was pushed and became a star, that Haft tied him up, so it made it harder for Eagle to work in his territory. And then obviously we have the splitting between Kohler and the Outlaws, which goes into that. But he kind of he tries to babyface himself in the whole in the whole deposition.
That's a real good way, but he tries to babyface himself. But there's also, according to my research, it seems like he asked Gorgeous George, look, if you can pin him, pin him. And I have never seen anything where Gorgeous George talks about this incident, either in his book or in other articles. The book, I read the book a while ago, so I would have to confirm that. But
I don't think he ever said anything about it, ever.
I found nothing on that. I wish maybe during conversations at the bar, maybe he told someone, but nothing official. Nothing to the press or anything.
If anyone knows or anyone has a story, I would love to hear it. Please email me at sixsidepod@gmail.com. I want to hear it.
Yes, if there's anything written on Gorgeous George talking about this incident, even if it's a sentence or two, I would love to see that. If it's in microfiche somewhere in some library, in Chicago or something. Yeah.
But it's just
a little bit after. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it's wild how this one event just absolutely changed the landscape, certainly in the Midwest, and really set the stage for the NWA to become what they ended up becoming, which is it's so weird how one thing like this just sets off so many different aspects of pro wrestling history. It's so wild.
Yeah, and it was fascinating to me to see where sometimes we look at wrestling back in the day, and I'm talking about back in the day when I'm talking about black and white footage, and these super classic matches, we see them through some kind of filter where things were so much purer and things were so more like sport and not like the circus we see now. Wrestling hasn't changed that much in decades. Wrestling has stayed.
Yes.
This is like mirroring the Montreal. This is like the Wendy Richter. There are differences. Because there's a promoter back behind all this, and there was like a lot of things happening behind a curtain. And it wasn't, as far as we know, it wasn't Gorgeous George hooking Don Eagle and going into business for himself. Because remember, Gorgeous George, he didn't need a title. This is a kind of, when fans talk about wrestlers, he should have been world champion or he should have had a run with the title. Gorgeous George never needed any of that.
That's right,
to get
yeah.
over. Once he became Gorgeous George, of course, he didn't need any. He was just being himself. He was the perfect opponent for champions. This whole thing pretty much ended when Gorgeous George lost to Lou Thez in Straight Falls, putting an end to any kind of controversy who was the AWA champion.
And then
this was in
And then it's wild that all the big players of this event essentially in 10 years were all gone, right? It's that's one of the saddest part. Sorry, it's one of the saddest parts about this whole thing is, for all the hoopla and all the steam that came out of this and all the fractures that ended up happening. All of the three players, Don Eagle, Fred Kohler, and Gorgeous George, didn't make it past, the mid-60s.
No, and unfortunately, Gorgeous George, for years he was struggling with, alcoholism, and it's tragic because Gorgeous George was one of the, if not the top paid athlete. Sports athlete, entertainer of his time, of his era, and when you compare him to baseball players of the time, I believe, let's say like Joe DiMaggio and what's his name, Milton Berle. Gorgeous George always claimed that he sold more television sets than Milton Berle, which is the top entertainer of the time, and Gorgeous George didn't live past 48. What's his name? Don Eagle didn't live past 40. Just horrible. And I'm not sure if he went with Billy Two Rivers. I don't know if he discussed Don Eagle. Did you discuss anything about that with him when you talked to Billy Two Rivers?
I had a bit of about the end.
About the death of Don Eagle, because supposedly he committed suicide, which is super sad. But then there are people who, I've read that Billy Two Rivers assures that it was a murder. Unfortunately.
Yes, it's something that we are going to get into later on in this program tonight. In terms of what Billy Two Rivers had said to me, most of what he said to me made air on the interview that I had done with him, and there were things that were not put on air, if you will. So I think that's the most tactful,
those are really delicate, really
the tactful way that I could say it.
Yeah, it's just super horrible things to talk about, and the way these superstars of wrestling just live the life, and they're just gone, and I forgot to just begin tonight's conversation. I really wanted to just take a couple seconds to say that I'm super down because of Scott Hall.
Yes.
Passing away. I forgot mentioning that but I forgot to mention it before the show. But I've been thinking about that for these days, and that's super sad. How things happen, and my heart goes out to his family. So many fans loved him, and he was super entertaining to watch. But went through hell and back, fought demons for years, and made a comeback, and had turned things around, and now he's gone. Super sad. So wrestling is just tragic that way, and we can't get enough of it, and we can't stop talking about it. It seems.
Yeah.
No matter the era, right?
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. Like right in front of me is I have a couple of Scott Hall autographed
nice.
memorabilia items in my little office here. Yeah, that one hurt me personally. I never got to meet him personally. I was always a big fan, and boy, that was it was a hard day.
Yeah, those things. I mean, you understand when people pass away, old age, or Scott Hall wasn't with everything that happened to him. He wasn't old, he was in his 60s, but just tragic. And just a side note of all this, I had just to show you how wrestling can bring people together. Things like wrestling. I hadn't talked to one of my brothers in months. We had kind of a falling out, and the topic that opened up the conversation between us, and now we're good again. We're talking again. Is Scott Hall? He brought up the topic. I answered, and now my brother and I have made up, and everything's okay. But just so you can see how wrestling can really be a positive influence with people, and it brought me and my brother together again. So just a side note on all this Don Eagle and Gorgeous George debacle. The Scott Hall passing was very, very, very sad for so many people.
I guess it also kind of frames our conversation in a bit more context, right? Obviously this event and these people are kind of an era before us, but we can still go back and understand the emotion and the connection that they had with their fans, and then obviously it translates to us losing someone like Scott Hall, right? Wrestling is one of those things that it's very generational, and it's a bonding experience, I find, for a lot of it. And say what you will about the current product, I'm not getting into that whole thing, but I really hope that as time progresses, and as we start losing some people, that people take that time to really realize what they were privileged to see and experience throughout their wrestling fandom, I guess is kind of what I'm trying to get at.
Yep, I agree 100%. What these guys and what these men and women go through in the ring, these bumps and the traveling and the how much is expected of their bodies, and just the toll it takes is pretty much unbelievable. It's not like football. It's not like basketball. These are like kind of like a combination of rock stars and athletes.
yeah, I think that's a perfect way to say it.
We'll never understand it, So much respect to Scott Hall, and much respect to everyone who makes a career in wrestling, and when Gorgeous George and Don Eagle passed, Gorgeous George was hated by so many people in the wrestling context, but I'm sure when he passed, people realize, man, that he was unforgettable.
Yes.
Unforgettable character.
Well, and we're still talking about him today, right?
And as we should. These people, these wrestlers, these talents should never ever be forgotten. Never. And that's what your show's for. That's what sites like Pro Wrestling Stories tries to do. We, of course, it's for, we try to entertain, but we also want to remember these wrestlers, all the good they did, all the bad they did, all the all these stories. It just paints them as a whole. They're all human. We see them as larger than life. We see them as superheroes. We see them, but these are all human beings with emotions. They feel pain. They feel sad. They feel happy. They get depressed. They get excited. They're just human beings on a very large stage that have provided entertainment for us for years and years. And my heart goes out to all of them and their families when they pass away.
Yeah, I can't say it any better than that. I think you perfectly encapsulated the sentiment at the end of the segment here tonight. But on a lighter note, perhaps, if we could, on
a lighter note, just remember these guys are going to be remembered forever. They're going to be remembered. They're not going to be forgotten.
Yes. I think
if you pass away and you're forgotten, that kind of sucks. If you're remembered, you live forever. The bad guy is going to live forever. People will remember that guy. But go ahead. I interrupted you enough.
No, that's okay. Please, hey man, you can interrupt me anytime that you want. But I was going to ask, what can we look forward from yourself on the aforementioned Pro Wrestling Stories site, and what else do you have going on coming up lately?
Yeah, sure. There's a couple articles coming up. You'll have one on. This is my work. There's always articles from other writers, but as for me, you're gonna get Gory Guerrero. You're gonna get one on Matt Morgan.
Oh wow!
You'll be getting one on. Yeah, look at me. I'm writing about newer wrestlers, right? What was it? Steve Kern.
Okay, cool.
He was what was it? The Fabulous Ones, right? The Fabulous Ones, and a lot of people remember him as Skinner, which was an interesting character, but mostly Steve Kern, the old school Steve Kern in Florida. And of course, there's going to be an article about outlandish arrests you might not have heard about, outlandish wrestler arrests you might not be familiar with. That's going to be in there. We always try to get stuff like that, and a couple more have been submitted, not published yet, but they'll be getting out shortly. Oh, there's a really fun interview of Savio Vega.
Oh, awesome!
I didn't conduct an interview, but I was able to transcribe it.
Yeah.
And I added different things, so it's an article out of the interview Pro Wrestling Stories. And JP Zarka, who is the owner of the site, he conducted an interview, but I asked him, hey, I would love to make this interview into an article, and that'll be coming out. I believe that might be the next one coming out in the next couple of weeks, but a lot of interesting stuff coming out, in terms of my work, and go to ProWrestlingStories.com, and there's a lot of cool articles there that I think that your readers are going to enjoy.
Well, listen, Javier, this was tremendous tonight. I can't thank you enough for coming on the program tonight, talking about this amazing event that happened in wrestling history, and dealing with me and the time change, if you will. That's a funny story that we're gonna leave in the off air.
Yeah, I know. I know what time I have, and I know what time you have, but I'm not sure what time zone I'm in. Let's put it that way. We're still trying to figure it out.
Oh, we'll get it straightened out one of these days.
I was just hanging out, and they're like, "Hey, the link's there whenever you want to be ready." I'm like, you're 45 minutes early, but yeah, we can do it if you want, man. And you're like, no, isn't it time right now? So you thought I was 15 minutes late. I thought I was 45 minutes early, but we got it done.
Well, and I'm very thankful for it, man. This was an absolute treat for me. Thank you so much for coming back on the program.
Well, thank you for inviting me, man. If I have the time and I can do it, I'll do it again, man. I appreciate it.
Now, before we proceed further with the Dawn Eagle story, there is another controversial portion of his life that we need to discuss and tackle on the program tonight. And that is regarding his passing. Now, there is some conjecture out there, and there are quite a few different opinions about what ended up happening. Some of which you were going to hear later on in the discussion with or conversation, I should say, with my upcoming guest. However, I don't want to involve my personal opinions onto what happened with the situation. So what I'm going to do is present the facts as we know it. I'm going to provide some context from some of the people who know him best in professional wrestling. There are also a couple of stories that I kind of want to highlight and debunk because they are out there, and they're out there for a couple of specific reasons, in my opinion. So I feel like this is as good a time as any to discuss these, and then we can kind of liven the spirits a little bit with my upcoming conversation, if you will. Chief Dawn Eagle ended up passing away on March 17th, 1966. Now, there are two different accounts of what happened, factually speaking. One is that he had committed suicide via a self-inflicted gunshot wound. One is that it was a murder. This is because there were several other bullet holes found in the surrounding area. In any case, Dawn Eagle ended up dying on March 17th, 1966. Conjecturally speaking, many people had said that it had something to do with a number of construction project setbacks. Namely a Logan County Indian village, an expansion program in the Zane Chouanay Caverns, and a $12 million First Nations center during or near Montreal. Now, naturally, these are all aspects kind of based in conjecture. In reality, nobody knows specifically what happened at the end of Dawn Eagle's life. However, there are some opinions stated by his friends, which I wanted to get in here because I think that it kind of illustrates the high regard that he was held in some people's minds. So, once again, we're jumping back into the SlamWrestling.net article. I have a couple of quotes here. This one comes from Don Leo Jonathan. Quote, "A lot of times when you know a person, there's just certain things that you figure they would never do. I heard that he had terminated his own life. I find that hard to believe." And I have a quote here as well from Billy T. Rivers, who has been very outspoken in the years since about the fact that it was a suicide. So in this article, quote, "I went out and had a couple of beers with him. We talked and sort of said how things were. He said that he was finding it difficult being retired and that his back was giving him a lot of troubles. I personally don't believe that it was suicide. I have my own conclusions that I draw. Let me tell you safely that it was not enemies. It was not suicide." Now, I'm not going to get into who done it. I don't think that that's the proper way to discuss this subject. And I don't want to come off as being sensationalist in the aspects of the incident. However, there are a couple of things that have gone on in years past that I want to discuss and debunk. One of which is wrestling media's portrayal of certain events, especially dark events in professional wrestling history. Now, modern wrestling fans will know full well the unfortunate circumstances that have arisen from series like Dark Side of the Ring. Specifically, the Plane Ride from Hell episode, which, boy oh boy, cost a lot of people their livelihoods, if you will. Yes, wrestling has its dark sides. So does hockey, so does professional football, so does everything. Everyone, everything has their dark sides. However, I find, unfortunately, that a lot of mainstream wrestling media tends to exponentially focus on the dark side and negativity surrounding wrestling, because unfortunately that's what sells magazines, or that's what gets clicks, or that's what, inspires content, unfortunately. And it's a very sad truth, and maybe it's quite a comment, socially speaking, on where we are as a society, and a philosophical discussion on all of that kind of stuff is probably something better saved for somebody much more philosophically educated than myself. However, this is not a new phenomenon, if you will. Case in point, the Wrestler magazine from 1970, November of 1970, had a very tasteless article, if you will, in regards to this. But to further frame the media landscape at that time, unfortunately, it ain't much different nowadays. I want to tell you the cover art on this magazine. So, one quote is on the top of the magazine: "Rapist invades girls' dressing room." That's on a magazine to sell subscriptions in 1970. But in terms of, and there's a whole article about, oh goodness, like the Mighty Igor dealing with a rapist in a back room of a building. It's bizarre. It's so bizarre. But what's as bizarre, or certainly very questionable at least, is content relating Don Eagle. And this is in regards to an article that was written by former wrestler and photographer Tony Lanza, who supposedly was on the phone at the time when Don Eagle took his own life. Now, this article is obviously from the viewpoint of somebody maybe trying to, I don't know, get their name in the tabloids, if you will. It's very strange and very sordid. And oh boy, I'm having a hard time with describing the article itself, and there's a lot in here that I don't really want to get into. But how they frame this article is, yeah, you know what? I'm not going to say that. That doesn't need to be said on the program. It's, again, there are articles and there are substances and there are fabrications out there that have been in the ether, and unfortunately that is one of them. But if anybody thinks that current wrestling media is the only, kind of toxic form that this industry has taken over the years, that's simply not true. And unfortunately, there is evidence of exactly that. Another thing that was brought up is a theory postulated by Lou Thez. Now, this came up in a big media sensation in, I want to say, the year 2000, kind of the advent age of the early wrestling message boards. Now, I'm going to read this a little bit, and then I'm going to kind of debunk of what the actual facts are in regards to what happened. So, somebody had asked Lou Thez on a message board, in the 1950s, again, a term I don't use, Indian wrestler Don Eagle was quite a sensation. Today, little is mentioned. What do you remember about him? And Lou Thez had mentioned he was from Kanawake, Quebec's Indian reservation. He was a fighter before he wrestled, and he was very colorful as a wrestling performer. I wrestled him in Montreal, and he wasn't doing well as a wrestler, so when the ref called break, he copped a Sunday on me. I went after him and took him down, did the step over toe hold, and made him concede. His uncle, and this is, I'm just going to read it and then we're going to debunk this after. His uncle, who posed as his father, told Eddie Quinn, he will never wrestle Thez again. To which Eddie replied, he will never wrestle here again. Story has it that his wife shot and killed him after many of his beatings. She was not charged with any crime and left and went to Florida. The uncle asked her to come back and was forgiven. And for some kind of ceremony, they killed her. I guess wrestling tries to talk as little about the part of his profession as possible, but you asked. So, there's a couple of things in his statement that are factually uncheckable, right? One is obviously the aspect of how Chief Don Eagle was killed or died by suicide is completely unsubstantiated. Listen to me talk. Now, the other part of it is this incident that supposedly happened in Montreal. Now, I could not find throughout my records any incident like this taking place. Unfortunately, Lou Thez had a reputation of disparaging people who he didn't get along with in professional wrestling. Now, I cannot say for certain whether this incident happened or not. I can't find it. I've scoured so many wrestling databases and it's not come up to me, this specific incident. So whether or not it happened is up to the reader's mind, I suppose. However, it's interesting that he would bring up that type of story and then bring up the aspect about War Eagle as well. And this kind of ties into a different aspect of the story that we haven't really covered. And that is the cultural appropriation aspect of First Nations wrestlers in professional wrestling. Now, we can trace the lineage of Chief Don Eagle through the Mohawks for generations. You're going to hear a lot about that in a little bit with my upcoming guest. Unfortunately, throughout professional wrestling history, there have been, and still are as far as I know, wrestlers who wrestle under assumed identities. Coincidentally, they also wrestle under assumed heritages. And we've seen throughout the years, whether it's Sonny Two Rivers or there was another Don Eagle wrestling in World of Sport in the UK, and I believe the 1980s, so naturally well after the real Don Eagle had passed away, but he was, just your run-of-the-mill white guy, but was wearing the headdress trying to portray the First Nations gimmick. Chief Jay Strongbow is another one who comes to mind. There's been countless wrestlers throughout the years who have appropriated the we'll say, cultural givings, if you will, of what they're trying to present in the ring and as a character. And unfortunately, because this has happened so many times throughout history, when you do see somebody who is actually a First Nations wrestler, they almost get discounted because it's happened in the past. And, oh, it's got to be a fake because so-and-so was a fake. And I feel like that's a pretty unfair characterization and an unfair position for First Nations wrestlers to be in. And I think that also plays a part in what Luthez was bringing up, right? It almost seemed like in his dissertation, it was a hit piece almost. And then he brings up the fact where his uncle, quote unquote, was pretending to be his dad. We know that this is factually incorrect as well. This was another story that was going around about Don Eagle in the previous, we'll say, wrestling newsletters, for lack of a better term. Unfortunately, sensational headlines sell. And that's where a lot of that comes from. And then it gets repeated and passed along. And unless it's been properly researched and debunked, then it kind of progresses. So, with all that being said, as much as the end of his life was horrific, whatever happened, we can't really use that as a means to discredit his career or to further feed outstanding conjecture, if you will. And I think that that's about the best way that I can put the period and fine point on that one. So, I know that was a little bit of a heavy listening material, and I apologize, but it is part of the story and something that we also needed to get into. And that also doesn't even take into account how his wife was murdered as well. And that is a story that is horrific as well. And I suppose I can quickly give the Coles Notes version because, again, I really don't want to make this program about just murder and death and the darkness that surrounded everything. But unfortunately, his wife was found murdered in the back of a vehicle on the Ganawake Reserve a few years after Don Eagle had passed away. Now, I'm being vague with details because I'm having a hard time separating or trying to present it factually without having all the facts. So all I can give is the facts of what happened when she was found. Unfortunately, to do anything else would be to sensationalize it, I feel, and I'm not comfortable with doing that portion of it. It is out there. You can read about it online through, I would hope, reputable sources. But in terms of this conversation, it's not something that I'm going to speculate or deeply get involved in. And that's out of respect for her and out of respect for the family as well, because that's not something that anybody really wants to dig up. And oh boy, I've gone way, way, way longer and more in depth into this part of it than I ever truly meant to. But unfortunately, it's part of the story that has to get covered. And that's part of, presenting a factual and honest program. So I hope you guys understand why I chose to include the facts I did, and I hope you'll understand my hesitation about diving deeper into, conjecture and conspiracy and all that kind of stuff, because I really don't think that solves or furthers the program in any way, shape, or form. So, now, to liven the program quite a bit, because again, that was very dark, I'm joined by my third guest of the evening. I was absolutely blessed to be joined by one of the sons of Chief Don Eagle, Flint Eagle. Now, for those of you who are not familiar, Flint is a Hollywood stuntman and a stunt coordinator. He's appeared in 400 plus television shows and movies. He has multiple speaking roles in quite a bit of movies as well. I've been watching actually quite a bit of them on YouTube, funny enough, lately. And it was an absolute treat and a complete honor to be talking with Flint. He was very gracious enough to be taking time away from his very busy filming schedule to talk to me. So without further ado, my conversation with Flint Eagle, and on the other side, we are going to wrap up the program for tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, my conversation with Flint Eagle. All right, I'm super pleased to be joined on the line today by one of the sons of Chief Don Eagle, Flint Eagle. Flint, how you doing, man?
I'm good.
Before we get into the conversation today, can you tell everybody a little bit about yourself?
As you know now, my name is Flint Eagle, and Mohawk. My Mohawk name is Ganya de Consu de Horonyate Agwex. I don't expect anybody to remember that. However, I'm entering my 33rd year as a professional stunt performer, stunt actor, and stunt coordinator. I've done a little over 400 movies and television shows as a professional stunt performer and coordinator. I really don't even know where to begin.
Well, that's a great.
Either I get the job or I don't. It's like you're either going to beat me up or kill me, or both. I make a living out of dying.
And I can honestly say that's the first time I've ever had that come up in a conversation on this program. So we were talking a little bit off air in regards to, the preparation, what actually goes into this type of work. And I was surprised, and this is something that came up during, as we were talking off air, the course of the Roddy Piper episode, but just how much time and effort and coordination goes into one of these fight scenes is absolutely mind-blowing.
Yeah, it's, just to get 20 seconds, 30 seconds, even a minute of a fight scene will take weeks to months to shoot. Especially depends on how involved the actors are. Primarily when it's stunt performers and stunt doubles, it goes pretty quick. But again, primarily actors are not usually, heightened athletes. And so it takes a little bit longer working with actors, to develop fight scenes. Also, we develop the fight scenes with the actors and with their stunt doubles. And so the stunt doubles are doing the main part of the fight. And then for the close-ups and things, we have the actors come in. But the actors also have to know the fight. But the stunt doubles have to train to be able to mimic the actor. It's not the actor mimicking the stunt performer. It's the stunt performer, stunt double, who has to carry on the physical attributes, the mechanical movements, everything, even the little personality nuances of the actor, to be a proper stunt double, stunt performer, because you've got to sell it like you're the guy. So it's all it's a relationship and it's a development, and sometimes it takes a little bit longer.
It's funny how much your line of work resembles your father's line of work, not in terms of just the name, obviously, wrestling and stunt acting, if you will, is they're two different things, but how much time coordination, how much preparation goes into these type of ventures. It's very interesting that you would come upon that line of work. What drew you to stunt acting, I should ask as well?
Well, as a child, I began training to fight, with my father when I was 3 years old. And, so then everybody expected that of me. I grew up, fighting everywhere I went. Everybody, wanted to fight Don Eagle's kid, wanted to fight the Indian. My parents were murdered when I was small, and I went to live with my grandmother in Florida. Of course, everybody's get the Indian. Everybody wanted to fight the Indian. So, fighting, whether I wanted to or not, it wasn't a choice. It was something that I was born into, something that I was brought into, and something that was culturally and relatively forced upon me by society and by children, growing up, I entered into the fight world. I was doing shoot fighting, MMA. I was going to, of course, I was living in Florida, just north of Clearwater, where everybody was, Terry, the Hulk, Hulk Hogan, Eddie, Bruce the Barber BPA, the Nasty Boys, and we were all buddies. We were always hanging out. The Hearts. Those were some of my buddies growing up, and as it was going, Eddie wanted me to be his tag team partner. So I was going to come in as the son of Don Eagle, and blah, blah, blah. And, but Eddie had his accident. I went a different way. I guess I'm not prepared for this conversation. But they all, Hulk Hogan, it's like they said my father was the reason that they became professional wrestlers, that they wanted to be wrestlers, because everybody, it was Don Eagle, right?
Yes.
He was, held the title for 10 years, world heavyweight title. My grandfather his father was world middle heavyweight champion. My great-grandfather was just this magnificent, just incredible white man killer, and righteous stuff. The only bad dudes. Yes. And, poof, here I am. So it ended up in fighting. I ended up having to fight a lot of my friends in competition, and when you end up having to fight your friends, you lose your friends. So I lost who I believed were my closest friends, because once you beat them, they don't want to be your friends anymore. They don't want to talk to you anymore.
Yes.
And but that's in the in competition, not in the professional wrestling ring. And anyway, just one day, I got a call. I moved back to my reservation just outside of Montreal called Gunawagit, which is a Mohawk reservation. And just one day I got a call from a production company. I started racing canoes is what it was.
Oh,
I came
cool.
in 5th in the World Games, and I came in 1st in the Canadian Voyager Games. And I got a phone call one day, and this production wanted me to paddle a canoe down some rapids. It was the last shot they needed of this production, and they were having a hard time getting it because they couldn't get anybody to do the job. So they called me up. I did the job. The next day, they called me for a speaking role in another film. I did that. The following week, they called me for a principal role in a 5-hour miniseries where I was the killer. So that is how it began. So I did 10 films in the first year, and I didn't even know I was in the film industry. I thought the ACTRA and SAG I thought that they were, some mafia trying to get my money. They're calling me up saying, "Hey, when are you going to come down and join the union?" And I'm like, "What union? What's this all about?
Yeah.
Who are you people?" Because all I knew, from television and history and stuff, that unions were organized crime.
Yeah.
And but I don't need to say anything about that. And now, 32 plus years later, I've done a little over 400 movies and television shows, and it has been my full-time profession for the last going on 33 years.
That's what an incredible story. And I can't imagine the journey just in terms of the whirlwind almost that it would have been. Like you said, 10 movies in the first year, and then you're just kind of thrust into this whole thing. And like you were saying as well, is it, 400 plus at this point in time?
Yes.
Yeah, that's incredible. That's absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
And I do. Please go ahead.
I do feel very, very blessed. I know that I know that my ancestors are watching over me all the time. It's a great life. It's a beautiful life, but it's tough. You got to train. You've got to you get broken bones. You get you bleed. Sometimes unfortunately we lose on average 5 stunt performers every year perish on set. And I'm sure we don't hear a lot about it in the news, but we have heard a bit of it. And I've come close to death minimum 5 times, and but I have but the thing is, if you don't get any bumps, cuts, and bruises and broken bones, you haven't done it. That's just part of the game. It's part of the job. Much the same as professional wrestling entertainment. Those wrestlers, everybody says, "Oh, it's fake and it's choreographed and it's staged." And yes, there's an amount of choreography that goes with it. Who's the winner, who's the loser, and stuff. But the athleticism, is so high. The injuries, the intensity. It's it is you. If you are not an incredible athlete in that ring, then you're not going to last, for one.
Yes.
In the industry, and you will, the injuries will end your career. And injuries do, like everybody. My father, it was a broken back, that ended his career. A broken back sustained in the ring.
Yes. Yeah, it's. Go ahead, please.
Yes. No, I mean he had done, attempted a comeback. But the pain and the constant pain and the injuries, it's and you have professional wrestlers in there, who aren't given the time to recuperate, to recover properly, and they get back in the ring and they only re-injure themselves or increase the sustained injury.
And it's interesting as well, especially in his time. There was even now there is no off season in wrestling, right? So you have these athletes. Yes, they're in incredible shape and they can do incredible things, but an injury is an injury and it needs a certain amount of time. And there's even today you hear it all the time that guys and girls don't take that time off that they need to take to absolutely rehab that injury properly. And it creeps up and it creeps up and it creeps up, and years and years and years, these guys just get beaten down and worn down. And, we continue to see it even to this day, right?
Yes.
Like we had just lost Scott Hall, who had, he was in the profession for almost 4 decades of just absolute punishment, right?
He was one of the boys we hung out with down in Florida.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, Big Scott Hall. Yeah, it's like, it's such a small world, and Florida is such a small place.
Yes, it is, actually. It's funny you mentioned that.
It's just, again, it's a very small world. It's a tight-knit world, small world, and predominantly, everybody supports each other. It's like we were hanging out we were always together. We were on the beach, Clearwater Beach, playing volleyball, just laying around. We'd be just eating and drinking beer and playing volleyball and just having a blast.
Yeah. There were a couple of things that you brought up that I kind of wanted to circle back to and kind of dig into a little bit, if you don't mind. One was, you mentioned that you were about 3 years old when you kind of started learning how to fight with your father. Were you able at that point, because I know it would have been late in his career, were you ever able to see him wrestle live?
I did. It's like as an infant in
Yes.
my mother's arms, it had brought me to the ring. And so I had, as I recall, I had only seen one of his matches.
But even still, that's got to be something that you at least try and mentally hold on to, right? Like the feeling and just the sight. That's got to be just a special memory for yourself.
Yeah, just it was very frightening. The fear, the trembling in a little child, an infant child's chest and his heart, and knowing that's his father in the ring, and just the violence and the
Yes.
crowd and the devastation. Yeah, it was a lot to take in.
It's interesting that point that you bring up specifically, because we've heard throughout the years and read in biographies and such, like in Bret Hart's book, for example, he tells of seeing Stu getting assaulted in the ring by whoever, the Mongolian Stomper, for example, and just the fear that he had of seeing his dad being beaten down and beat up and in a fight for his life, and then juxtapose it with what you learn after the fact, right? That there's a bit of cooperation. Yeah, it's violent. It for sure is, and it's not the easiest profession, but it's got to be wild for yourself, seeing that and then understanding a little bit later in life of what was happening and what was going on in the ring.
Yeah, and then, growing up under the legacy of my father and my grandfather, everything we built, we took, cutting the lawn and filling up garbage bags and building rings and having, building rings along the horse fence so we could have turnbuckles.
Wow.
Bounce off the fencing and So it has that effect on you, and of course, my mother holding me, reassuring me that, that it was what it was. But the injuries, you cannot play like that. You can't play like that. You can't roughhouse like that without sustaining injuries.
Yes.
And these professional wrestlers, men and women alike, the timing, if the timing is a little off, and it happens in stunts too, timing gets a little off, and that's when you get hurt.
Yes.
That's when, if your timing's off, if somebody else's timing is off, and, they are fine-tuned athletes. That, much the same as in film, we have a script.
Yeah.
We have to stick to, but the ability to perform, the ability, and even with injury sustained in the ring at the time, they continue fighting. It's if it's a very severe injury, then it's looked after. Everybody knows, everybody's watching each other, and they're talking to each other.
Yeah.
The rookies have a tendency to get a little bit more punished, in the ring. It's part of the learning scale. And we don't punish the newbies in the stunt industry. We let them punish themselves. But in the wrestling ring, the veterans, you get some young guys that are a little cocky and stuff like that, and they need to be put in their place. And that's, when that happens, you see that, and then, and everybody's got personalities. And so sometimes fists do fly. in the ring. Sometimes, they connect a little bit.
Yeah, you put a little bit extra on it.
Yeah, and then depending on the opponent, they get a little bit of payback. Just a little bit of lesson to learn.
Yes. The other thing that you had mentioned and that I kind of wanted to circle back to as well is, like, you had mentioned that you were raised in Florida. Obviously, that's been a big part of our conversation today. When you had gone back to Ganawake, and this is a conversation that I had with Billy Two Rivers, is that it's oral history is huge with your people.
Yeah.
When you had gone back, did you encounter a lot of oral history being passed to you about what your father, what your grandfather, what your great-grandfather had done in professional wrestling?
Not really. I grew up with the knowledge of my father in his professional career. But when I returned to Ganawage, it was, of course, Billy's an old friend of mine. My dad brought Billy in and taught Billy.
Yes.
And people like Billy, telling me about my father, and things like that. But I had my grandmother, and my other relatives, all sharing. But it was a different life. It was a different. It wasn't so much about the professional life that I learned about my father as opposed to the personal and cultural life.
Yes. And I guess that's something we can expand on a little bit more because, unfortunately you didn't have anywhere close to a full life with your father. Naturally, you would have gotten quite a few stories from your grandmother, like you just said, but what were you able to kind of learn throughout the years that maybe sticks out to you more than just, some of the road stories, if you will, for lack of a better term?
Well, to the world, my father was this hero. To the world of Native Americans, Native North Americans, the Aboriginal people of North America, he was an icon. He was a hero. They had, all across North America, like the most famous haircut was the Don Eagle haircut.
Yes.
Kids would go in and everybody knew I wanted Don Eagle, so they'd give a mohawk haircut. I would have to say there are two sides to every coin. The home life and family life was not the life of a hero. To the people in Ganawage, it's like, things are different behind closed doors. He was a generous man. He was a good man. He was a strong man. He was a role model. He was so many things outside the ring. But at home, it was quite a different story. He was abusive to my mother. He was abusive to me, to my brother and sister. I am the youngest of all the children. And he was quite cruel at home. And as was my grandfather. And that is how my father learned to be a cruel man at home, because his father was cruel.
Yes.
And unfortunately, I got to know my grandfather quite a bit more than I had known my father. And it was a brutal time. It was a cruel time. That's about all I got to say about that.
And naturally, we can't look at time periods, with today's eyes. And obviously I would never condone, any type of abuse like that. But it's interesting the point that you bring up about, kind of learned behavior, right? And then eventually it goes to when does it stop, right? So
yeah, the sins of the father.
Yes. And sorry, I just there's been stories out there about that portion of it. Obviously, it's something we touch on a little bit in this program, but it's not meant to shine a negative light on a person's entire story, I guess is the proper way to phrase it, right? The way that you phrase it is perfect. There's always two sides, right? And we've heard a lot of positive stories. Unfortunately, there are individuals and we'll say resources out there that like to focus on the negative side. And it is out there, some of which you just described, but you almost can't tell the story without telling that portion of it. So I thank you for sharing at least that portion of it and phrasing it the way that you did.
Yeah, he had, what he accomplished outside of the home, what he accomplished in the ring, what he accomplished in the world of entertainment was grand. And what a grand movement and statement, and to empower Aboriginal people throughout North America, to empower them a sense of honor, a sense of dignity, a sense of power and pride, a sense of strength. That was a very great thing. But, the pressures, again, my grandfather had taught him how to deal with his personal life and his personal pressures, which were not conducive to a healthy home life.
Yes.
And, but he had accomplished so much for the Aboriginal community, especially my own in Kahnawake, for the Mohawks, not only of Kahnawake, but Mohawks throughout North America.
Yes, which is something that we keep coming up to over and over again in the research for this program, is just what a cultural impact he had made, right? Whether it's in Canada, especially in America, like in Ohio specifically, Detroit, there's a lot of time spent. And then there was one story that, and I don't mean to digress too much, but when I was talking to Billy Two Rivers, there was one story that he had told where they were in a series of matches, and I think it was Cuba. And you wouldn't think that two Mohawks from just outside of Montreal would be, big stars in a different country, but they were. And he was just saying, like, the crowd just ate everything up and wanted to learn more about the culture. And I think that is super impressive too, that yes, he was big, he was a big star, and whether or not it's simply because he was, of a different color, the fact of how he wrestled, how he presented himself, and what he brought culturally to these different places and just drew people's interest in, I think is super interesting.
Yeah. I had one out of just hundreds of experiences, but one in particular. I was sailing in the Atlantic Ocean. I had been sailing for 6 months, and we had come across, I worked for a company called International Yacht Exchangers. There was the captain, navigator, and myself as first mate, and we were delivering yachts from Fort Lauderdale and St. Pete, Florida, to whoever purchased the boat,
yes,
the sailboat. So we had delivered down to Tortola, 70-foot CSY, and we were bringing back a 52-footer, to have refitted. And we got hit by the tail of a hurricane for 2 days and 3 nights, blown off course, all the instruments and everything wiped out. And about 2:10 in the morning on a Tuesday morning, we hit a coral reef and sank about, I'd say, 1.5 nautical miles off the shore of Meguana, an island out in the Atlantic. And so it was about 8 days before the Coast Guard could come in and rescue us. Meanwhile, the Coast Guard had, radioed the island. They sent a little fishing boat, like maybe 14-foot fishing aluminum, fishing boat.
Just a standard,
Back to the island, and while I was there, it was just so wonderful. My experience there was so wonderful. But I was walking down this old goat path on the island, and I came across this little shack. The little shack had to be no bigger than 8 by 8, or maybe 6 by 8. It was a tiny little shack in the middle of nowhere. And there were 4 very, I'd say, quite elderly men of island descent. The gray hair, they were beautiful, and they were playing dominoes. And no windows, no door, and no windows in the building.
Yeah.
And one man looks out, and he says, he looked out as I was passing by, and he goes, "It's the man. The man is here. The man had come back." And I'm in at the time, mid-late 20s, and they all came out of these 4 little men came out of, 2 of them were kind of tall, but they were all, skinny and,
yes,
they were island boys. And they came out of this little shed, and they were in disbelief, and they said, "Come here, boy, you look just like the man." And they told me, and like, well, what do you tell them? They would tell me how they would go. They would travel by boat for 15 hours to the main island to gather around. There was one television on the main island.
Yeah.
And they would 15 hours. Everybody who had boats would get in their little boats, and the boats would be almost sinking, they said, with people, just to go watch professional wrestling on Sunday. To watch, and the man, they called my father the man, and it was, and they're like,
Wow.
And then they just lost. I was like a god on the island when they found out that was my father.
That's incredible.
Because he was still their hero. All these years passed, his life gone, all those years passed, but his legend and his memory remained. That beautiful effect, that beautiful, regardless of how hard our lives are, it sheds that light on how important it is, how we affect people. We don't even know we affect them.
Yes.
But he did not affect 1,000 people. He didn't affect 100,000. He didn't affect 1 million. He affected the world. And the world that knew him through athletic entertainment, to him, he was their hero. And they just, the whole time I was there, they celebrated me the entire time. It was nothing that I had done, but because to them, I looked just like my father when they were young, when they were boys, watching him on the television on the mainland.
That's an incredible story.
It has happened. It has happened all over the world to me. I'm shooting films or something in different places in the world, and there's always an elderly man or elderly woman that gives reference to my father.
And that,
without even knowing who I am, how I remind them of he.
That's something else that I found throughout, research, and I've been in contact with some of these people who have had, there's blogs written, like pages long blogs of people and their experience of, either gathering around a television like you just said, or going to the matches and seeing your father. And, we're what, 40 years past, right? And it's,
I have no idea.
And it's still, well, some of them were almost 50 years, some of those matches, but they still talk about them. So I've been in contact with these people, and they're from, like you said, all over the world. I've talked to people from America. I've talked to people from Scotland. I've talked to people from Ireland. I've had contact with people in the UK, and just it's all via these long dissertation stories of their experience watching your dad on television or live. And then what's more interesting I find about that is how many of these people have gone now and researched his people because of him. And there's one blog in particular, and I'm trying to think, where is she from? She is from California, I believe. And she had gone and started researching the Ganawake Reserve and everybody that came from there, and then spawned her to Billy Two Rivers, spawned her to everything else that was coming out of that territory. And just, it's wild how one man just creates this cascade effect, right? It's crazy.
Yeah.
And still does today, right? And some of these blogs are from like the one was from 2020, one's from 2019, and then I contact these people and they're just like, the email back and forth is like chains, right? It's so crazy.
Yeah. In the world of professional wrestling, my father is still the Aboriginal icon, Native American icon.
Yes.
Of professional wrestling. It's like, you had Wahoo McDaniels, you had, all these others. You had, what's his name? The Warrior. I can't.
Tatanka was one, and then
Tatanka, the Ultimate Warrior, and this and that, and this and that. Regardless of their achievements, no one had, even to this day, achieved as much as a world-renowned icon and professional wrestler, in a native aspect, Aboriginal aspect, than my father.
Yeah, I can't even argue that for 1 second. It's not even close.
Even the biggest wrestlers, the biggest names in wrestling, Hulk Hogan, for instance, my father was their hero. And they literally say, Rocky Johnson, that my father was the reason they became professional wrestlers.
Which that's maybe the biggest legacy that he could leave, right? And to spawn, these great superstars that we would know of today, who then in turn inspire all these other stars. It kind of all, you can trace the lineage, right? And it's almost a direct line. And man, sometimes, and sometimes we don't stop and think sometimes, especially in today's era of everything's now, and you watch it and it's over, you watch this guy and it's over, whatever. We have a hard time nowadays of sitting and thinking like, okay, where did this start? Where was the seed planted? Where did this germinate from? And a lot of the guys that you just mentioned, and you can, like I said, draw a straight line right to them. And boy, oh boy, it's absolutely incredible that, your father, just a guy from a reserve outside of Quebec, just inspires countless people. It's really impressive.
Yeah, he had, in a sense, even unbewitting to him, had been an intricate part of shaping professional wrestling. Yeah, he was a household name in the United States. You couldn't go anywhere in Florida without everybody absolutely knowing who Don Eagle was.
Yeah, it's just, and what's even more wild about all of that is how short his pro career was, right? Like, just imagine if he didn't sustain the back injury, how much bigger it could have been, or how it's unfathomable.
Yeah, we'll never know. And as I was stating, to all men, not just my father, but to all professional athletes, to all, if you're an athlete, if you're not an athlete, if you're a computer guy, there's always a dark side. We all have a dark dark side. I know I do. And if you look deep enough and focus on that, then you're focusing on the wrong thing.
Yes.
You know, it needs to be, you know, there were so many great, beautiful, wonderful things that people had achieved. And it's those beautiful things that we should hold on to, the things, the positive things that have affected our lives. I mean, everybody. You can go through the dossier. Jake the Snake Roberts, you can go through everything and see the dark sides. You know, but that power, that encouragement, that light that they had turned on in millions of people. They were the reasons, and there was a time when my father was single-handedly the reason all those people in Meguana every Sunday would pile up dangerously in little boats and go to the main island just to watch him for a few hours on television. You know, that's powerful. And millions of people tuning in around the world to watch their heroes, to watch these superstars. You know, it's amazing. But you know, everyone remember, they are also only men.
And I think that's, I couldn't phrase that aspect of it better myself. That is absolutely powerful and absolutely true as well. Yeah, you put me speechless. There's not many times that I'm very verklempt and bumfuzzled, but you've got me here. And the stories and again, these are stories that if they're not shared or talked about and told properly within the proper context, when they're gone, they're gone. And
yes.
And, you know, there's been a lot of information that we've uncovered throughout the course of this program that's, you know, if we didn't uncover it, if guys like Jamie didn't, you know, put in the research to find out how, you know, his career actually, like where his first set of matches actually happened, if the stories like yourself of telling, you know, a random island out in the middle of the Atlantic of people who would pile in a boat and watch, like, if these stories aren't shared and passed along and heard, then they're gone. And I'm beyond words that you were gracious enough to share those stories with us today.
Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, I hate to cut it short, but I've got a lot of work to do to prepare for tomorrow.
100%.
Star Trek: Strange New Worlds.
Well, listen, this has been, you can tell by the smile on my face, this has been absolutely a treat for me. Before I let you go, what's the best way that someone can contact yourself if they were looking to reach out and get in touch with you regarding this program or regarding your stunt work?
If anybody wants to contact me, they can contact me on through Facebook or Instagram. I believe, I think I have a WhatsApp. And
even I don't have that, so you beat me on this one.
I'm not a techno guy. if I was technologically adequate, I wouldn't be a stunt guy.
Oh well, listen, this has been.
They don't hire me in movies for my technological aspect.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
You're just there to beat people up and get beat up.
That's right. Usually I'm the guy getting beaten up and getting killed. Always by the heroes.
Well, this has been an absolute treat. Thank you so much for your time today.
Okay, thank you so much.
Now, before we finish up this evening, I just want to really thank my 3 guests that I had on the program tonight. Jamie, Javier, and Flint. I could not have done this program without the 3 of you tonight. And it was my absolute honor and pleasure to have all 3 of you on the program. And I'm looking forward to our conversations in the future. I also want to thank each and every one of you for checking out the program tonight, because really, you could have been doing anything else at all in the entire wonderful world that we live in, but you chose to check out this program on Dawn Eagle, and I am forever grateful. It would mean a lot to me if you could rate this program 5 stars on whatever podcasting platform that you are listening to, and as well, if you could leave a 5-star written review. You can tell we're at the end, folks. Great stuff. But I hope that everybody learned quite a bit in today's episode. I hope that we've opened quite a few eyes about really one of the true early wrestling pioneers and superstars from the television area, and really what Dawn Eagle meant to not just Indigenous wrestling here in Canada, not just Indigenous wrestling in North America, but the whole phenomenon of that 50s era, the early age of television professional wrestling. Jeez, you almost can't underscore it enough just how important he was, and I truly hope that we were able to hit the nail on the head on those specific points tonight. Once again, you can find this program on any podcasting platform of your choice, whether that's Spotify, Stitcher, Good Pods, Google Podcasts. Again, wherever you buy, sell, trade, barter, or steal your favorite podcasts, you will find Grappling with Canada. Like I asked previously, leave a 5-star rating and written review. Also, tell your friends and family and pass this thing along. Truthfully, the best way that this program can be passed along is word of mouth, which means it's up to you, the listener. So, if you enjoyed this program, share it. Share it through whatever social media platform, or, that good old texting device that you carry probably in your pocket, and let your friends know what you heard on the program today. Also, the ways that you can support the program to keep this whole thing going is all located in the Linktree link in the show notes of the program. You can also go to buymeacoffee.com/grappling to buy me, the Taxman, a refreshing beer, because boy oh boy, it is thirsty work delivering a program like this. You can also donate to the program directly via the PayPal link and the tip jar function over at Good Pods. I also want to make mention of the merchandise that you can get for the podcast. grapplingwithcanada.threadless.com is where you can find all of those wonderful things, and all proceeds from the classic Grappling with Canada t-shirt logo, the classic one, are donated to charity. So let's raise some money for the Children's Hospital here in friendly Winnipeg, Manitoba. And I apologize to everybody for being totally out of breath on the last part of this program. I have quite the hockey injury I'm dealing with right now in terms of breathability in my ribs. So I apologize for the breathy aspect of the close of this program today, but boy oh boy, that's just the way she goes sometimes, and that's part of the fun of podcasting. So, with all of that being said, for myself, the Taxman, for my wonderful guests, and all three of you, Javier, Jamie, and Flint, I cannot thank the three of you enough. For all of them, for myself, to all of you, I will leave you as I always do. Take care of yourselves and each other. Good night, everyone.